welcome all. It is really, really good to see you. As you can see, I'm quite emotional about it because it's so good to actually have you all here in person with us this morning after such a long time away. So welcome all, welcome to the delegates, and welcome to our guests. The first thing that I would like to do this morning after that welcome, unfortunately, is to ask those of us who can stand to do so, and those of us who can't to remain in their seats. We are going to have a moment's silence, 1 minute silence, for our dearly departed. So if you could stand at the moment, I'd really appreciate that. Congress, remain in your seats. I hope you've all got your booklet in front of you so you can see what the order of business is going to be. At this moment, I'd like to ask Ian Glennie, our Assistant General Secretary, or one of, should I say, to give us a few brief announcements about housekeeping.
President and Congress, before making some housekeeping announcements, I'd like to introduce to our platform party. On your left, Elaine Henderson. Elaine is our General Treasurer. Next to Elaine is Stuart Hunter. Stuart is the Vice President of the SSTA. Next to Stuart is Catherine. Catherine is the President of the SSTA. Some would say the next person needs little or no introduction, but on this occasion I think it's appropriate to do so. It is Seamus Searson, who is the General Secretary. Next to Seamus is John Guidi. John is the immediate past President of the SSTA. As Catherine said, I am Ian Glennie, one of the Assistant General Secretaries. Joining us online are our Minutes Secretary, Alan Taylor, and also Fiona Diel, Assistant General Secretary. Can I also introduce my colleagues, Ewan Duncan, who's hiding at the back, Assistant General Secretary, and Catherine Ross, our Professional Officer. Delegates, can you please give a warm welcome to the platform party for Congress 2022. Can I also introduce to you all the people who do the real work in preparation for Congress and who have been responsible for all this organisation thus far, in the persons of Andrew Brown, Laura Young and Claire Middlemiss. A number of housekeeping issues to be addressed, Congress. Mobile phones. Can you please switch all of your mobile phones to silent? If you're using Twitter, the hashtag will be hashtag SSTA22. The toilets are situated on the left as you leave the main entrance of the conference hall. In terms of a fire drill, there is no planned fire drill today. So if the fire alarm activates, please treat this as a real emergency. Delegates should assemble promptly and follow the instructions of hotel staff. In terms of delegates, if you are coming to speak and address Congress, can you please state your name and your delegate number as stated on your ID badge, if and when you rise to speak. In terms of online attendees, those attending online are asked to use the Slido voting service to cast their votes. Details have been sent to them by email, along with a booklet. Online delegates can also use the chat function in Slido to ask questions or to make a comment. When a vote takes place, you will be asked to enter a vote for, against, or to abstain. These votes will be tallied up for those voting in person. There is a test vote available for those online. In terms of our motions, if you wish to speak to a motion as a proposer or a seconder, or in terms of support or against a motion, can you please make your way to the front in good time if you are contributing. In terms of expenses forms for delegates only, claim forms can be collected from the front desk, and could you please return them to the admin desk by the end of this session, please, by the end of this session. So whilst we are carrying on the business, can you please fill out your expense remittances? Your expense remittance will be emailed directly to you and paid by BACS as normally. Congress commences today at 11 a.m. and this session is due to conclude at 12:30. At the end of this session, lunch will be served in the Meikle restaurant. Refreshments will be served in the hub outside the hall at 3:30 p.m. In terms of your room keys, if you have not already done so, keys can be collected by delegates during the afternoon refreshments at or around 3:30 if you have not already done so. Following the afternoon refreshments, all delegates are asked to resume your seats by 4 p.m. The wine order for dinner tonight. The hotel team will take wine orders on the night, and there will be a drinks list on each table. Delegates will be charged on the night for all drinks purchased, and a welcome reception will be held for all new delegates, newbies to Congress, and that will take place at 7 o'clock tonight in the Melville Hall. District secretaries, office bearers and members of the Secretariat should also attend. For all other delegates in the Melville Hall, a reception will take place at 7:15 p.m. This is the Melville Hall. Dinner will take place in the Melville Hall, and can I draw your attention to the Benevolent Fund prize draw. £5 per entry, great prizes on offer. Please give generously. If, as many people do, you haven't brought old-fashioned cash money with you, we have moved into the 20th century and we now have electronic payment available. So please see someone at the desk and we will be delighted to take your money off you. That, President, is all of the announcements.
Thank you, Mr. Glennie. I'll continue those announcements by reminding speakers that they have 6 minutes to present their motions, and seconders, you have 3 minutes to present your motions. There are handy timers around, and I will be keeping an eye on the time so that we can get through business at the rate that we'd like to. There's a couple of other things that we want to bring to your attention just now. Motion I will be taken after the private session on Saturday morning. We have also got 2 emergency motions. The second one, number 2, that's going to be taken after motion H when we get to that stage of business. And number 1 will be taken immediately after lunch today. And can I encourage everyone, if you're here and you want to speak, please do so. We'd love to hear you. That is why we're here today, to find out what you think. You can come up here, you can speak at any time if you want to speak to a motion, or if you want to speak against a motion. If somebody thinks they're going to vote against something, we'd love to hear why you're voting against it. We're all here to support each other. You are allowed, and we encourage you to state your point of view. So we welcome everyone's opinion at an appropriate time in the business. I'm going to now move on to the sedulent. I think that is taken as read. We know who's here because you've all signed in. I hope you've all remembered to sign in with the wee cards. If you haven't, you can do so within the time of the session. Apologies for absence. We have a note of apologies for absence already. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to move to the order of business. And I'm going to seek approval for the order of business after you've had time, hopefully, to have a wee final glance through it, because you'll have read it already, I'm sure. Thank you very much. That is approved. Is there any business arising from that? No. Silence, that's no. Thank you very much. Right, so we're going to move on to the minutes of Congress, 2nd of October 2021. You'll find that in your Congress booklet. And again, I would expect that you'll have had plenty of time to read that. But please refer to your handbook right now. I'm going to seek approval for those minutes. And again, it is just by rapping on the table, as is traditional in the SSTA. Thank you very much. And is there anything coming from those minutes? I don't see anything, so thank you. We can move on to the next point of business, which is myself. So, I'm going to hand over at this time, because I've got to step away from the chair. I'm going to hand on to Stuart Hunter, our Vice President at this moment, who will take the chair while I am presenting my speech, and for a short time afterwards as well. So, Chair.
Okay. Okay, thank you, delegates. Thank you, President. Basically, at this point, our President is about to actually head toward the lectern after she's taken a sip of water to give us the presidential address. So we look forward to listening to you, President. Thank you very much.
Good morning, everyone. It is so good to see you. What I have to say to you is the following. In October 2021, we were all aware that the pandemic was not yet over. At that time, news of Omicron variant was emergent, but the impact it would have on society was as yet unknown. It was clear that the measures teachers had called for to safeguard the health and well-being of our colleagues, our families and friends, pupils, caregivers and other service users must remain in place. Trade unions remained steadfast and ensured the continuance of mitigations to protect workers from harm. Other voices advocated for the reduction and even removal, thus demonstrating a shameful lack of recognition of the risks being taken by teachers and fellow public sector employees. The entire education community pulled together. Many employed in the sector left the safety of their homes to ensure continuity of education for the young people of Scotland. There was a palpable sense of trepidation in schools. We all remained optimistic that the hand cleaning, one-way systems, face coverings, increased ventilation and carbon dioxide detectors would decrease the likelihood of serious infection. We hoped that the most vulnerable would be protected, as staff and youngsters waited for their return to get the next dose of the vaccine. As the Christmas break approached, the impact of this highly contagious variant was all too apparent. Infection rates increased massively, and staff and pupils' absence rose sharply. Whole classes and entire year groups had to be sent home. Insufficient numbers of staff were present to teach all classes. The SSTA recognised that this would have detrimental impact on the health and well-being of members and on teaching, learning and assessment. The union consulted members and advocated strongly for the school closures and a return to remote learning. This fell on deaf ears as the rhetoric for keeping schools open to maintain pupil engagement got louder. The work undertaken during the pandemic by secondary teachers and other practitioners to upskill and use digital technology looked to go unheeded. Our determination to prepare high-quality learning resources for all young people seemed to be disregarded.
the cost and effort that had been incurred to equip secondary teachers with resources to deliver lessons using technology appeared to be overlooked. In early 2022, it became evident that levels of pupil and staff absence in schools had reached critical levels. Members were reporting timetables were becoming unsustainable, and disruption to teaching and learning was the inevitable result. The availability of supply teachers was extremely limited. Head teachers, deputy heads, and principal teachers had time normally earmarked for management and organisation revoked, so classes could be covered. Teachers taught for the maximum number of hours allowable in any given week. Redeployment of staff that normally worked in additional support roles became necessary. Classes were sent to assembly halls on rotation. Pupils were sent home to isolate in large numbers. Sometimes entire year groups were sent home because of staffing shortages. Teachers struggled on. However, the expectation that we could deliver lessons to pupils that were in school and simultaneously provide for those who were working from home became prevalent. The workload of those who remained in school rocketed. Pupil, parent, and teacher anxiety about missing coursework and internal assessment increased. Worry about producing evidence for attainment escalated. Pupils' ability to prepare fully for examinations became more uncertain. The pressure over the past 2 years has been relentless. In the past 6 months, more acute than ever. This has taken a heavy toll on the mental and physical well-being of many teachers and pupils. The drive to measure equity and excellence led to a steep rise in monitoring and recording to provide evidence that teachers were compliant with policy. This has imposed additional burdens on school classroom teachers. A moratorium on lesson observations, lesson studies, learning rounds and the like was in place during the pandemic due to the need to lessen the risk of transmission, but this has been rescinded at a time when teachers have little capacity to absorb the additional pressure and could do with some breathing space. The efficacy and suitability of these for demonstrating improvement in education is subject to debate, and their reintroduction during a period where large numbers of staff remain absent or are recovering is appalling. The manner in which these types of supervision are conducted is crucial. All too often, they only serve to feed their accountability culture, demonstrate a lack of trust in the teacher profession, and drive down teachers' mental health and sense of well-being. Where schools and directorates worked with trade union representatives, the scrutiny and improvement agenda was paused to reduce workload and alleviate stress. Unbelievably, this was not the case across the board. In some places, measures to alleviate workload were not enacted, revealing a shocking disregard by some employers for the health and well-being of teachers and staff fulfilling support roles. In response to members' concerns, the SSTA gathered information about their experience of working in schools. This has resulted in actions such as our call for the suspension of the examination diet. However, this was rejected. The SSTA challenged the SQA to provide greater support for teachers and pupils. This was answered. However, the guidance and resources that were produced were heavily criticised by teachers, pupils and parents. The SSTA maintained that Education Scotland should suspend school inspections and provide more resources to support teachers' health and well-being. This message was taken on board. The Cabinet Secretary for Education and Skills was made aware of the concerns that SSTA members had about workload, working conditions and deteriorating behaviour in schools. We trust that the viewpoints expressed on behalf of members influence decisions concerning the future direction of the education system. I'm going to change tack a little bit. The curriculum for excellence has been in continual state of flux since inception. The Education Scotland lists 8 policy drivers that have direct impact on secondary education. A complex web of implementation plans, frameworks and delivery plans underlie. Policy drivers emanating from the Learning Directorate have impacted on the work done in local government settings. This forced remodelling of existing procedures and policy and necessitated changes to local authority education improvement plans, causing head teachers to alter school improvement plans so that national and local priorities are included. On occasion, negotiations that should take place before embarking on any new schemes did not occur. An unintended consequence of the multi-layered policy environment has led to multiple interpretations and confusion in the system. This has resulted in teachers being confined to highly prescriptive structural frameworks for lesson planning. Some common examples: conversations with pupils that adhere to specific narratives, a focus on particular types of attribute or skill, strict adherence to ideological constructs, references to employment, obvious demonstration of the inclusion agenda. In some schools, this may be happening in a series of lessons across the term, or as part of interdisciplinary learning, or themed projects. But in others, teachers are expected to incorporate all of this into each and every lesson taught in the broad general education and the senior phase. Where unplanned initiatives were introduced, working time agreements that had been negotiated previously became less fit for purpose, and the potential for conflict increased. Unfortunately, when circumstances such as these arise in schools, working relationships became strained to the point of fracture. Inevitably, stress levels increase and tension builds in the workplace. This exemplifies how top-down approaches to implementing change can contribute to unmanageable workloads and encourage unfair working practices. The Scottish Government's National Improvement Framework Improvement publication, that is not a mistake, there is 2 improvements in there, is a plan to upgrade education in Scotland. Much of it stems from the OECD report, Scotland's Curriculum for Excellence into the Future. Right now, we have reached a stage in our journey where we can ensure that what comes next is based on realistic targets, is actionable, and focused on outcomes that benefit educators and those who are educated. Secondary teachers must be at the heart of the renewal process. Experienced teachers and SSTA representatives that have dedicated time and effort to develop their knowledge and skills are experts in their fields. It is essential that we are trusted and given the opportunity to make meaningful contributions to curriculum reconstruction and development. In response to the Putting Learners at the Centre towards a Vision for Scottish Education report produced by Professor Ken Muir, the Cabinet Secretary for Education and Skills has announced that there will be a new qualifications body to replace the SQA. I'm sure we're all looking forward to hearing what Professor Muir has to say later today. The very nature of education is in question. Incorporation of vocational courses is being called for. When curriculum change takes place, there is an opportunity to develop course content that would enable the collection of naturally occurring evidence that can be used to support professional judgments on progress and level of attainment. Factors such as the architecture of the school day, the structure of the academic year, and activities unrelated to direct teaching of coursework must be taken into account by this organisation. The requirement to evidence progress towards the National Improvement Framework, National Standardised Assessments, and PISA must also be reckoned for. These activities eat into the quantity of time available for internal assessment and preparation for external assessment. Well-informed secondary teachers and SSTA representatives must be directly involved in the establishment of a credible and fair assessment and qualifications regime. A new National Agency for Scottish Education will come into being to replace Education Scotland. This body must be focused on supporting teaching and learning and facilitating professional development. The creation and maintenance of a bank of resources that can be utilised in secondary schools should be a main aim. This needs to be curated, adaptive, and well signposted. These resources must be suitable to meet the needs of the learners and match up with courses in the broad general education and the senior phase. Assistance for teachers at all points in the career ladder must continue to be available, and the offer of a wide range and variety of information, support and training opportunities for teachers must remain. A new independent inspectorate will also be formed. This organisation must instil a quality assurance culture that is based on supervision in the supportive sense of the word. Local authority education directorates already engage in extensive quality assurance in schools under their control. So it is questionable whether this type of supervision should be duplicated by a national body. Perhaps their focus should be on local authorities and organisations that operate out with council's governance. In any event, we must move away from the culture of blame, mistrust and fault-finding that has emerged in some schools. Thought needs to be put into the methodology used to gather information during scrutiny. The Inspectorate should ensure that measures used to capture data about quality indicators are fair, relevant and focused on naturally occurring evidence. Quality assurance should not include intrusive approaches for fact-finding or necessitate collection of large portfolios of evidence. In secondary schools, analysis of this kind should not take place in the terms prior to national examination. Frankly, this is a time when all effort must be placed on completing coursework and providing pupils with the guidance they need to reach their attainment goals. Any recommendations for improvement must be reasonable and actionable over an appropriate period of time. All organisations that create work for teachers and other practitioners must assess where their policy objectives overlap or are repeated. Streamlining and reducing bureaucracy will reduce workload for all involved in education. The institutions that form must work in concert with each other and in partnership with teachers and teacher trade unions. It remains to be seen if teachers will be fully involved in the change agenda that accompanies education reform. Many in the profession will not be convinced that lessons have been learned. Teachers must press for full inclusion in the decision-making process. Going forward, an emphasis on supporting teachers to fulfil their core duties as stated in the SNCT handbook is vital. These must be prioritised during any given working week. Policymakers, education officials and managers need to realise that teachers' time is a precious commodity. It can only be used once. Managing and organising classes through planning and preparing for teaching and learning, and assessing, recording and reporting on the work of pupils' progress to inform a range of teaching and learning approaches are the most important aspects of the teacher's job. These duties take a little time to do superficially, but a great deal of time to do properly. Teachers must be enabled to focus their attention on these tasks because they are of utmost importance to raising attainment and closing the attainment gap. Other policy objectives are not as significant. The fact that teachers' working conditions are our young people's learning conditions cannot be overstated. Education reform gives us an opportunity to reframe the curriculum and also to re-establish working environments in which teachers can complete their work within the terms of contractual agreements. It is essential that the school day is structured in a way that allows teachers to do their job well, and timetables need to provide ample time for teachers to plan, prepare, mark and correct. The Scottish Government's proposal to reduce pupil contact time by 90 minutes within the working week would have a positive impact on pupil achievement and increase job satisfaction. Recruitment of thousands of teachers and hundreds of support staff will be necessary to reach this goal. The funding being offered by the Scottish Government to support these aims is welcome. If steps are taken to make this promise reality, building positive relationships between all members of the school community, a core theme in policy related to GIRFEC, becomes more attainable. Schools could become workplaces where every teacher can perform the tasks required of them within a 35-hour working week, no matter what type of post they hold. If this is accomplished, school life for pupils and work life for teachers would improve, and the benefits to health and well-being of teachers and pupils would be substantial. Perhaps greater numbers of teachers would choose to remain in the profession if fair working conditions actually existed. The curriculum has become inclusive of a myriad social constructs, and there is now an expectation that teachers will fulfil roles that are more akin to that of those who work in health and social care. This is stretching us to the limit of capacity. An educator's core objective is to teach. Teachers go above and beyond to provide high-quality service for pupils, but we have been expected to take on more and more, Our goodwill has been stretched to breaking point. While these expectations have increased, the willingness to pay us a fair rate for the work we do has not. The tactics used by our paymasters to delay wage negotiations shows a complete disregard for the work that each of us carry out. Fair dues for the job we do will only be achieved if we stop giving our time away for free and are resolute in this aim. The last pay offer was derisory and far below what we would have accepted. However, now that it has been agreed, we would expect that it will be paid as soon as possible. Further delay shows a continued disrespect for teaching professionals who have worked tremendously hard throughout the pandemic. The campaign for a 10% pay increase in 2022-23 has begun. If the next pay offer is not commensurate to our work or enough to retain our standard of living, we stand ready to take action. Thank you.
Just whispering in our presidency here, congratulations. Thoroughly enjoyed that. I actually felt it was something that actually got to the heart of what teachers actually do. It's about trusting teachers. I liked the idea about becoming the partners, full inclusion, but more importantly, that we are part of the process. We are not the result of somebody else's decision making. So I thank you, President, for your speech. Thank you.
Thank you.
If we can move on to the next item on the agenda. Sorry, I apologise. Our Minutes Secretary has been in touch to remind us that we made an error at the top table, so I apologise for that. When it came to the minutes, we had the approval of it, but we do need someone to approve and someone to second it. So someone to propose. It's James Howe. And a seconder, Mark. Ward, I do apologise. Ward. And Ward McCormack. Okay. Thank you for that. Yes, item 10 on the agenda, which is the salaries and conditions of service. Unfortunately, we would at this point be asking, am I on the right one, which is Paul Cochran to come forward. Unfortunately, Paul is unwell and is unable to make it. I believe Mark Devlin is going to present the report for the SNCT.
Delegate 22. The SNCT report is on page 22. Okay.
Sorry, I missed that.
I think he's asking for approval or any questions. He's presenting it right now.
Right, sorry. Yeah, I do apologise. I was struggling to hear what was being said there. I apologise. Basically, at this point, we're seeking approval or if there are any questions with regard to the report. The report has been available for everyone to read. So first of all, are there any questions that anyone would like to put to the report? No, I don't see anything at the moment. In this case, then, we're seeking approval.
No.
No. That's great. Thank you very much. So that has been approved, and if we move to the second item of business, which is the SNCT support group, and we are asking our Secretary, Seamus Searson.
Thank you, Vice President. As you probably has mentioned, Fiona has not been able to be with us today. She's got more important business, i.e. being the mother of the bride tomorrow. So therefore, she's been excused from today's performance. But the report is in the report book. I think it's page 23. And the reason I'm getting up to speak is there's been a couple of developments which I want to focus on. One is that the 90 minutes that people have been promised to reduce their teaching and contact time is something we're all looking forward to. The government announced it last year, but it's been very, very difficult to move that forward. There was a meeting 2 weeks ago where there was what I would refer to as a misunderstanding between the management side and the teaching side, teacher union side. The teacher union side is quite clear. This 90 minutes is to be given back to teachers for them to do their preparation and correction. The management side seem to have a difficulty with that. They believe that's the 90 minutes they can use for other purposes, which defeats the whole purpose of why that time has been allocated. So we're at the stalemate point at the SNCT support group. We're hoping that the next meeting, which is due the week after next, they would have come round to their senses and would have accepted that's the position that we're all to do with. So that's the first bit on the SNCT support group. The other thing, as Catherine has mentioned, the 10% pay claim has gone in. We haven't had a response as yet. The meeting of the extended joint chairs is due to take place next Wednesday. We did say to the management side, if there isn't an offer, don't waste our time by coming to, but they've confirmed the meeting is taking place. So there could be an offer. Don't hold out for the 10%, but I think you need to wait and see what comes from that, but we'll keep you all informed accordingly. So that's the additions to the SNC support group report.
Thank you. Are there any questions with regard to the report?
There's one over there.
Sorry, I can't.
Yeah. I think there's a motion on this later on this morning, so we'll leave it to that point. Yep.
I'm glad I was completely ignored there.
Kevin, sorry for interrupting. Could you actually just give your name and your delegate number so we've actually got that for the minute secretary?
It's Kevin Campbell, Delegate 21. Now for my next song. But no, Seamus, it was just I was around about this notion because, I mean, in Fife we've been discussing the 90 minutes extra time quite extensively, and Fife Council are committed to this, and they're trying to put various measures in place, like employing extra probationers this year and next year, etc., to try and come up with the numbers of staff that are going to be required. Now, it's quite clear that it's going to be very difficult for them to reach the number of teachers that will be required, particularly in secondary schools, to cover this time. But there's also worrying discussions taking place as well around about the notion. Well, I had this discussion with a head of service in Fife Council just last week around about the notion of secondary school teachers being subject qualified, when the conversation turned to the fact that Fife Council have been assured by the GTC that by law every secondary school teacher is simply that, a secondary school teacher. And if Fife Council wanted to, for instance, they could be told to teach any subject within the curriculum. Now, clearly, I mean, there's a bit of confusion there because, well, the GTC has various measures around about being subject qualified, and that's the whole reason why you go to university for 5 years in order to teach a particular subject. So, I mean, when it comes to your discussions at the SNCT support group, I think there needs to be some clarity around about that very fact, because in 2 years' time, I won't be being told that I have to teach modern studies or geography or maths or English or any other subject, but the subject I'm qualified to teach. So I think there needs to be some serious clarification around about that. I don't know. Like I said, that's maybe a discussion point for later, but if you've got a statement on it just now, I'd be happy to hear it.
Well, I mean, you've raised some very important points. I don't want to necessarily get into the debate of it, but you've raised issue over what teachers can and cannot be asked. And that will be one of the issues at the SNCT support group, because once we get past the initial point, this is actually about giving teachers back their time. We will then get on to who can do what and whatever. There is some discussion about they could do it in the primary schools quicker than they could do in the secondary schools. And again, that's all up for discussion. But I think rather than get into a debate now, Kevin, we'll take it up at the support group when that meeting actually takes place the week after next.
Okay, thank you. Are there any other questions? Monique? Again. Sorry.
Hold on a second. Yeah, yeah.
Sorry, Monique, can you just wait for the microphone, please? Okay.
Thank you. Can you hear me now? Question about the lead teacher's post. Am I right in thinking that was supposed to be for subject specialisation? Do we have problems with this, or is there an issue with the SNCT not being able to find out what each local authority is going to do? Because I've got some concerns about this.
In some ways, it's an easy answer. The SNCT accepted and has put onto the handbook the lead teacher position last August. The easy answer is there is no action being taken anywhere on lead teacher in any description, and that's a major concern. And I'll mention that again this afternoon in my report.
Okay, thank you. Again, any further questions? I don't see any hands raised. In that case, then, Delegate, could we actually have approval for the report? Thank you. Item B, the Salary Conditions of Service Committee report. Again, unfortunately, Paul Cochran is actually down for this, but unfortunately, Paul, as we know, is unwell, so is unable to attend. At this point, I believe, if I recall, was it Sinead Nerian, and I hope I have pronounced that correct.
Great job.
Right.
In Paul's absence, Sinead Nirain, Delegate number 37, I draw your attention to the Salaries and Conditions of Service Committee report, pages 24 and 25 in your book.
Okay, and once again, Congress, is there any questions with regard to this committee report? Okay, in that case, there being no questions, could I seek approval from Congress with this report, please? Thank you. And we move on in the order of business, looking at motion A. Did I read it out?
No, you need to send it back to me.
Right, I'll pass it. Right, sorry. Being kept right, I am now going to hand over back to our President to take the chair. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Vice President. That was a sterling effort. A really good job. Thank you so much. Yes. So, the main business we're here for is to debate, and it's now going to be over to you for your contributions. What I would like to remind you is it is 6 minutes if you're proposing a motion, and it is 3 minutes if you're seconding a motion. If you do want to speak to a motion, come to the front. There are chairs, I believe, available for people to sit in at the front, in the front row here. So if you do want to speak, you need to sit at the front so that we know that you want to say something, okay? There's no decide for particular for and against. You just come to the front at the time that you want to speak. But please try and get to the front before the proposer and seconder finish speaking. When you do get the lectern, can I remind you that if you're speaking, you need to give us your delegate number and your name before you start, and that's for the minute. Thank you so much. So, we are looking at motion A. So if you can find that in your Congress booklet. I see that James is ready and waiting to go for it.
Thank you, Madam President. The motion speaks for itself. I can only apologise that I am not Paul, although I do believe I'm far more photogenic. Workload today is intolerable. Stress levels are on overload. Sometimes I feel it's Scotty from Star Trek shouting, "I can't take it anymore. It's going to blow." Sometimes I think, I want to vent. Additional time, if it is given, should be time for teachers to control. It is not for a tin pot dictator, or as what councils call head teachers, to control or dictate what happens with this time. This time must not be used for needless meetings or madcap ideas thought up by an HT twiddling their thumbs while staff succumb to stress all over the building. They're struggling to give us the time. We don't have enough employees. So in the interim, if time is to be taken from a working time agreement, it should be meetings that are removed first. We need to make sure that they don't just take the time off marking and correction and preparation and leaving meetings in the working time agreement. This additional time will only have a positive impact on attainment if the time is directly given to teachers for teaching. Congress, I hope you support the motion.
Andy Sinclair, Dundee City, number 14, to second the motion. The OECD and Scottish Government concluded that to follow the aims of CFE, Scottish teachers require 90 minutes reduction in contact time. Although this should have started in August this year, the Cabinet Secretary has admitted that it might not be in place before the end of the current parliamentary session. Again, perhaps our employers think our core job is to babysit as many young people as we can. Never mind the quality, feel the width approach. Again, it goes with the lazy teacher, long holidays trope as well. If they want us to continue to lead learning and develop new strategies and ways of doing things, we need time to do this. We call upon the Scottish Government to direct local authorities to allocate these 90 minutes each week to teachers immediately. I second the motion.
Thank you. Do we have anyone who wants to speak?
Good morning. Peter Thorburn, Delegate 15, Dundee. Let's first of all acknowledge that this is actually a success for the SSTA. At previous Congress, we actually debated and put forward that we should be given extra non-contact time. So that we can actually do the job that we're being asked to do. I'm 35 years, I'm about to leave, and teaching is so different than when I started. When I started 35 years ago, I had time to think, I had time to do. We don't have that time. There are so many things that are put on us that sometimes we think just are not important for the pupils that are sitting in front of us. I'm District Secretary in Dundee. Since this was brought forward by the government, I've sat and discussed with the head of service this, and prevarication is all that comes back. Sorry, we get primary, as has already been mentioned, primary, easy. We can deal with that. Secondary, there are subject specialists. That's true. It's a secondary school. It doesn't mean to say that timetables aren't adjusted appropriately by teaching cohort and need. There shouldn't be that problem. So until councils are willing to actually move this forward appropriately, removing the 90 minutes from working time collegiate activities to give us time to do the job that we're actually paid for in front of pupils, supporting them, allowing them to achieve. I ask you to support the motion.
Since the working time agreements came in, more and more of that time has been specified by management. Okay. So, oops, sorry, Madam President. James Cowns, Delegate 60. Right. So, the accountable hours add up to about 198. Okay. These hours are then kind of broken down into parents' evenings, time for marking, collegiate meetings, and on it goes. Right. There will be a resistance, I would imagine, to, let's say, chop off 60 hours of that 198 hours to allow staff that preparation that they should have for CFE, right? Push come to shove, folks, this is about professionalism, right? We're not trusted that we won't go and use those 198 hours to do our professional job. Please support the motion.
Thank you, James, for giving your delegate number. And we have another speaker. Thank you very much.
Elaine Henderson, delegate number 4. Fully support the motion. 2 points. Working time agreements, they're in your hands. You have to agree them, you have to sign them off. So if it is being put onto something else, there's your opportunity. Second thing, small point, there are some head teachers who are not tin pot dictators. There are some head teachers who are doing their very best to try and get that time as best they can across the teachers, given all the staffing details. We have head teachers who are members too. Please don't be a Congress that's always slating the management team, because we are an inclusive union. We have members at all levels. Thank you, Congress.
Thank you. We've just got a wee issue with our time here, so don't worry about that. We'll sort that out. Nobody else seems to want to rise to speak, so we're going to move to a vote round. So, can I see hands for? Can I see hands against? Can I ask for abstentions? And those online are contributing. We are going to get information about what their voting stands.
All for.
Thank you very much. Unanimous? Yeah. I would say that that is unanimous. Thank you all. Now, we are going to be moving on to motion B. And I am going to call Andy Sinclair to the floor to propose this motion. Thank you, Andy.
Andy Sinclair, Dundee City, number 14. Madam President, we are concerned about our employers in the guise of COSLA failing to recognise the importance of teachers in the system and the lack of respect they give to teachers. We should all be on the same side, trying to get the best for our young people, but we are continually being disrespected in negotiations about conditions of service and pay. For conditions, we had the pandemic, when teachers were working in sometimes unsafe conditions due to lack of mitigations. We have also had the introduction of faculties to most, but not all, local authorities, supposed to improve attainment for less cost. Most people will know how this is working out for raising attainment. We also have the worrying cases where consultation with unions means being told that it's happening. The delays in pay negotiation have been going on too long. Most local authority funding comes from the Scottish Government, with the balance come from council tax. The pay conditions agreed are valid for all Scotland, with no localisation. So why don't we just negotiate direct with the Scottish Government? Too often we have been mugged off by the employers making an insulting offer, which teaching unions reject, then come back a few months later with an offer that is improved to derisory, perhaps enjoying the game of "we don't have to pay you yet." Then also we have the case it's getting close to an election, so we can't negotiate. There has just been an election and we need time to get things organised. They are adept to kicking the ball into the long grass. So much so, I'm sure Cosler played for Dundee last season. All the while, teachers are struggling with the cost of living increases on last year's salary. I look forward to my 1.22% and 1% and £100 paid at the end of this month, backdated to the 1st of April last year. As my granny would say, I'll try not to spend it all in the same place. The way we negotiate is no longer fit for purpose, and I would ask you to support this motion.
Are you setting? That's grand. Thank you very much, Peter.
Hello again. I'm Peter Thorburn, Delegate 15, Dundee. There's a procedure. Sorry, that's the sort of person I am. I like things that are set out. The unions are asked to present, respectfully, an offer late in the previous year, and then come the 1st of April, having had negotiations, there should be a pay increase, which has been agreed and is paid. In Dundee, I don't know about the other authorities, we will get our a year ago and a month's pay, hopefully at the end of this month. That is not right. The councils are sitting with our finance because they have to budget. Legally, they have to have the money there. It is sitting in their coffers, earning interest. They're quite happy to play these silly little games. The politics of saying, no, we don't have anything, waiting to see if government will actually come back and give them something, or at least that's what I hear at my level in discussions. That's not right. Let's cut out this middleman that's playing politics and actually come back to what is respectfully something that we deserve. A system that we work to and our employers and paymasters work to as well. I second the motion.
I don't see anyone who's come forward to speak. There's two people. Oh, there's two over here. Sorry. You're hiding behind the computer there, guys. I'm sorry, I couldn't see you. Right, so...
Hi, Kevin Campbell, Delegate 21. I have to say, I'm a bit not confused, but I'm a bit reticent about this motion because, as much as I agree with the proposer and the seconder, because, I mean, what's happened with the pay negotiation in the last year has been nothing short of scandalous and disgraceful, and Cosler should be ashamed of themselves, but at the same time, so should the Scottish Government, because at the end of the day, they rubber stamp it all. It's down to them. I mean, there's people sitting in this room who I know, because of the way the backdated money came through, have taken a pay cut, which is just disgraceful. We're looking, and certainly in Fife, we're getting the £100 this month's wage, and it'll be taxed to blue blazes. You'll be lucky if you get, I don't know, what, £50, £55 of that £100. It's disgusting what has happened to teachers. And for me, the fact that we're no talking about going on strike is scandalous. But at the end of the day, if if the government were to agree to remove COSLA for this process, I think that gives them the green light to scrap the SNCT altogether and to attempt to come up with some other mechanism by which to negotiate with teachers. And I don't know if that would put us in a stronger position. And it's like I said, I don't know. So, I mean, I would be reticent myself to support this motion, although it's a funny one because I'm not sure I would want to encourage anybody else to necessarily agree with me. I don't know. It's a funny one, but I think if that were to happen, I don't know if that would make the situation even worse. And it's just something I wanted to air my thoughts on. And I was hoping there might have been a bit of a wider debate around about it. I don't know what Ward's going to say, but we'll soon see. So, cheers.
Morning, everybody. Ward McCormick, Delegate 46, Ayrshire. I'm a bit of disparity about how the pay rise and the arrears has actually been paid out. I know that some of our colleagues are still waiting a month or two to get the pay rise through. Our authority has already paid it. We've already spent it, I think, for what it was worth. I agree a wee bit about the confusion that Kevin was saying there. I think there's a bit of responsibility that lies on the government there to pull COSLA into line on this, because at the end of the day, the government puts the money forward for it, as far as I believe, and COSLA, all they've got to do is just pay the money. So what's the problem here? If they can't do what they've been asked to do, then maybe they shouldn't be sitting at the table there. They should be just told, get on with it, or don't be part of it. Again, I was a wee bit, like Kevin, I was a wee bit reticent about the motion at first, but I think having heard the arguments for it, I'm going with the support the motion, so that's what I would advise everybody, please support the motion.
Stuart Hunter, Delegate 2. Some really interesting comments on this one, and it's really been fascinating listening to it. I'm looking particularly at the second part of this motion, where it says that Congress calls on the Scottish Government to remove COSLA from the SNCT, the tripartite negotiating body. I would actually argue that that's something that we should really do. To me, it's fairly simple. They may officially be our employers as COSLA, but the truth is the paymasters are our government. It is the Scottish Government that pays our wages. They give that money to COSLA to then distribute to each and every single teacher. I would actually turn around and say to you, quite simply and quite straightforwardly, COSLA has used teacher pay negotiations as nothing more than a political football with the Scottish Government, and we have been caught smack bang in the middle of it. Get rid of COSLA and let's deal with not the monkey, but let's deal with the monkey grinder, i.e. the Scottish Government. I ask you to support this motion. Thank you.
Thank you very much, all speakers. I do not see anybody else rising to the floor, but because one of our delegates spoke against the motion, Andy, you have got a right of reply. So it would be a right of reply to the points that Kevin made against the motion. So if you would like to come to the lectern.
I would agree with what Kevin says. I totally understand what he's saying, that we can't chuck babies out with bathwaters. But just now, as I say, COSLA is our employer, and they're the people that give us the money in the end. Why don't we just negotiate with the Scottish Government? If there's new process need to be brought in, that's fine. That's a motion for another day. But just now, the negotiation isn't fit for purpose. All right, so I'd propose the motion still. Thanks.
Thank you, Andy. At this point, you've had time to reflect, so it's time to move to the vote. So, can I have those in favour first? Thank you. Can I have votes against? Thank you. Can I have any abstentions? Thank you. Wait a minute. Online. Right. So we're just waiting for the online contributions. All four. Thank you very much. Given the voting that we have seen, that will be largely carried. Thank you all. We're going to move on to motion C at this time. Sally's going to be joining us, but she's going to be joining us online today. So we're just going to wait for that to come up on the screen. So bear with us. Sally can get organised. Sally, hello. Right, we're here. So Sally, you can start any time you like. I can see you now. You're on mute. We've got a technical issue. Sorry, Sally.
It's not on mute on the screen.
We can hear you now. We can hear you now.
All right, okay. Sally Shearer, East Aberdeenshire, for the Salaries and Conditions of Service Committee. Motion C. Inconsistency leads to a lack of parity of provision for staff and pupils alike. We know that qualified home economics teachers are like hen's teeth. Departments are closing, and if they're not closing, there are no junior classes because of the lack of staffing. When it comes to choices time, as a guidance teacher, it's really important for me. How do young people decide on whether they want to take home economics if they haven't had any experience of it? The reason we feel that a review of home economics and its place in the curriculum to ensure its place is the future of young people. They need to have the knowledge from home economics to live an active and healthy life. Recruitment is critical because, again, we're talking about the hen's teeth scenario. Anybody who has had experience of trying to recruit home economics teachers will be clear about the situation. We feel that technical support is vital for home economics teachers. I'm just going to give you a taste of some of the things that they have to do. They have to order food, which is often paid for by themselves, and then they have to claim back the money. They have to check the delivery. They have to check the invoice. They have to put it away. They have to rotate the foods in a date-wise process. They have to organise and portion up vegetables and fruits for all the cooking that they're doing for individual pupils. It's a bit like television chefs, where everything is cut up and put onto small plates for them. There's the cleaning up afterwards, laundry of the tea towels, etc. Tidy, making sure that the actual classroom is tidied and left clean afterwards. The leftovers for pupils who are maybe not in school at the time have to be stored appropriately again, and this can happen up to 7 times a day. If you've got 7 periods in the class and in the day, and you've got 7 cookery classes, most classes have got single periods, or most schools, sorry. This is repeated in a similar way for the other areas of home economics. Fashion and textile, they have to cut up the fabric, they have to keep an eye on the sewing machines, make sure everything is safe. Cake craft, etc. Takes an inordinate amount of time and is not a teacher role when we think about it. Technical and science have specific support through technicians, so why not home economics? The last point is to get SNCT to reorganise or to recognise, sorry, the issues and deal with the situation and stop the clear exploitation of home economics teachers. I hope you support the motion.
Do you have a second first? Monique, are you rising to second? Thank you. No. Yes, you can formally second and then speak if you'd like.
Okay.
Yeah.
I just want to point out that I think this motion is very important, because it's not just home economics at the moment who are losing their technicians. It is also the science departments who are losing their technicians, who have technician times reduced to a minimum, and who will, when a technician when a technician retires, they will not replace them by someone who is as well qualified as the previous one. So I think home ec is right. We can't, teachers need technicians to do these jobs, or time to do it allocated, but it's not just them. Thank you.
Thank you for coming to the stage.
You're very welcome. Ruth Nicol, Delegate 100. As a District Secretary in South Ayrshire, this has been discussed several times at our GINCT. I've tried to emphasise the workload issue, the lack of support, the lack of ability to develop the courses, because the time that teachers are spending on food orders, preparation and so on takes away from the time that they need to develop their course and make that course appealing to an ever-changing demographic of pupils. The technician support, I feel, is a really important one there. There's none in South Ayrshire for home economics, or apparently the west of Scotland. There never has been. That was almost told to me as a point of pride. If we look at the technician allocation and the devolved school management system, science technicians are specified, technical technicians are specified. The allocation of additional technician support tends to go to science. Why not home economics? To me, this is an issue of value for the subject. And also, I feel it's an issue of value for a female-dominated subject, that it is not seen as important as science and technical. Please support this motion. Thank you.
Hi, Ward McCormick again, delegate number 46. A colleague of mine retired recently, just before the Easter holidays, and described me as one of the old fogies in the school now. And I feel I'm probably getting to that stage, and I'm now in year number 32 of teaching. I'm of a generation where boys didn't get to do home economics. I went to school in a time where boys did technical, girls did home economics, and neither the twain would ever meet. These days I see that home economics is probably one of the key skills. There's a lot of skills for work in there. So to me it's a very, very important skill, and it's a skill that probably I was denied in my school career. It has been a female-dominated one over the years. I know of many female technical teachers, but I don't know of many male home economic teachers, and that's something that's probably been overlooked. But I'm aware of the tasks that home economics teachers are having to carry out that shouldn't be part of their duties. The amount of time that is spent in ordering materials, ordering food, and so on. I've seen it in years gone by where classroom assistants were provided to do a lot of the organising, but that has fallen back, and it really seems to have fallen by the wayside in years gone by. Another thing to look at would be what the size of home economics departments has been. It seems to be a subject that's gradually getting diminished in schools. About 15 years ago, my school had a home economics department of 5.0 FTE, and it currently stands at less than 2.0 FTE. So something really needs to be done to address the balance here before we lose what's a very, very important skill from our schools. Please support the motion.
Thank you for coming to the lectern.
No problem. Hi there, Peter Brandon, number 33, North Lanarkshire. I just wanted to come up and speak here because as a district secretary, I've had quite a few notes from home economic teachers who are quite rightly getting together and asking for our help to recognise this. I went along and spoke to the home economics teacher in my school. I'm aware that she is the first one in the morning and last one to leave, simply because of the workload that was mentioned. And there is nobody to help her now. There is never really been anybody. There was some classroom assistants, but as was what is said, that's getting cut back, taken away from them. But what the home economics teachers in my area and in South Lanarkshire have discovered, that there are some authorities that were advertising for that specific role of technician. So how can it be in some authorities but not for everybody? It really is an important role, as Ward had pointed out there, that is needed. If we look at current debate, maybe watch my language here, but our lovely Conservative friends are currently debating online that people that have to go to food banks can't cook. Well, I don't agree with that anyway, but a huge important role in our school, and particularly in the area where I am in my school, which is high deprivation, and I've had groups that I've taken down to kitchens myself and shown them how to cook and how it's done. This is really needed, and we really need to support our colleagues in this particular part. So I urge you, please, to support this motion. Thank you very much.
Thank you, all speakers. You've had time to think about what you've heard, so now it's time to move on to the vote. So, can I call for those in favour? Show their hands. Thank you. Can I call for those against to show their hands? Can I call for any abstentions? And Vice President, can you see the voting?
100% for.
Thank you very much. That is unanimous. Thank you. Now, delegates. we have reached an appropriate juncture to stop for lunch. You'll be glad to know. So it's in the Meikle Hall. Yep, Meikle Hall, and it's going to be a traditionally sumptuous lunch. So please enjoy, and we're coming back at 1:30. You've got an hour for lunch. Sorry. And don't forget your raffle tickets. Sorry. Be seated. Be seated promptly here, in this room, at 1:30. Okay? Thank you all.
Good afternoon, colleagues. I hope you enjoyed your lunch, hopefully refreshed, and we'll pick up from this morning's business. We were dealing with the salaries and conditions of service per agenda, and we are on motion D. And call Gordon West as the proposer. Thank you.
So, hope you all enjoyed your lunch. Gordon West, 12 Aberdeenshire. In proposing this motion, I think it's important to start off by giving praise where praise is due, or at least acknowledging something praiseworthy of sorts. The SNP manifesto last year, on which they were re-elected to government, spoke about, on page 60, about allowing teachers more time out of the classroom to prepare lessons and improve their skills. Forgive me not wearing my glasses when I read this. And it then made an actual pledge on page 62 about we will recruit 3,500 additional teachers and classroom assistants, and this is important, and reduce teacher daily contact time by an hour and a half per week to give them the time they need to lift standards. Manifesto pledge. So credit where credit's due. At long last, it appears that our government acknowledges that the teachers, the conscientious teachers of this country, are unable to do the job to the standards they're capable of within the working week. They're having to work additional and excessive hours to do the job that they are able to do and to do it properly. It's not an acceptable position, but at least there's recognition of that, and we hope it's going to change. So, a couple of observations about that. The first thing I'd like to just simply point out is the phrase, the them. It does say on page 62 that by the, excuse me until I find it again, to give them the time they need. Who are the them? I have no doubt that the intention behind the them are the classroom teachers who are delivering the lessons. So I regard this as an absolute commitment that the hour and a half will be taken off the limit, the maximum size of teaching commitment, 22.5 hours, and transferred to the teacher's personal time. For sake of clarity, the 35-hour notional working week we all have is 22.5 hours maximum contact time, a formula which says a third of that time for personal teacher time, for preparation associated duties with your classes, and that comes to 7.5 hours, and the 5 hours collegiate. I interpret that as meaning they intend to reduce from 22.5 to 21, and correspondingly increase the 7.5 to 9. With that in mind, the motion makes clear that the way we want to nail this down is the SNCT handbook should be amended to change the formula from a third to 3/7. The reason being that 9 hours out of, compared to 21, is 3/7. So the formula needs to change. It's absolutely vital that teachers get the time they need to do the job properly. My second observation is to do with how is this going to be delivered. And I've got a really serious concern about this. I come from a school, and I'm sure others are in similar situations, where we are constantly struggling to recruit staff. As I speak, I don't know all the vacancies in my school. I know we're at least 3 English teachers short, at least 2 maths, at least 1 technical, if not 2 technical, as we are going towards August. And we advertise these posts and very often get 0 applicants. In this context, where are these extra teachers going to come from to allow this manifesto commitment to be delivered? And I would say they've got a 5-year programme, they're a year in the next 4 years they have to do this. It takes a year for a teacher to be trained. They come out of uni with their degree, they decide they want to be a teacher. 1 year later, a year's probation, then they're looking for their permanent job. They need to get moving. How are they going to get these numbers? It isn't sufficient to say we'll increase the number of places in teacher training college or uni, because there are currently parts, subject areas, where the number of places available are not being filled. So increasing the number of places available will not solve the problem. The problem comes down to pay. We've just had a derisory pay deal this year. We all know that. People watching on, considering their careers for the future, are aware of what's going on. They know there are attractive industries out in society, better pay and conditions, more attractive career prospects. We need to attract the best into teaching. You won't do that on the cheap. So we're calling the government to commit and prove they want to deliver this manifesto commitment by tackling teacher pay seriously, and then it'll be delivered. Thank you for that.
And we have someone to second.
Elaine Henderson, formally seconding.
Okay.
The vote. Any contributions?
Sorry. Are there any contributions to the motion? No. So are we happy to go to the vote then?
Yeah.
Okay. So those in favour? Those against? Any abstentions? No abstentions, and online we have
100%.
Okay, four. Okay.
Sorry. I just said the end rather than the beginning.
Right. Okay. So motion carried.
Unanimous.
We'll get it right, I promise. We move to motion E, is that correct?
Yes.
Right, in that case then, I'm now going to hand over to the immediate past President, John Goody, to take the chair, because you're going to have to listen to me.
Okay, thank you.
Motion E takes us back to the working time agreement. Much was said before lunch about it. So I'm not going to repeat a lot of those points. A lot of valid points were made with regard to the working time agreement. I also want to echo what a couple of our colleagues have already said. I don't want to make sweeping generalisations about management teams, because we do have members, we do have SLT leaders who do make considerable effort to make sure that when it comes to the working time agreement that it is implemented as fairly as possible. However, the working time agreement, most of us, if not all of us, have been in that position where we have spent that time before the holidays where we are looking at the working time agreement. We dutifully fill it in. We then pass it off to LNCT, who then will probably approve it. And in many cases, what tends to happen is that that document then gets filed away. It is our contract for those 35 hours. But the reality is that we have negotiated at that point before the summer begins. Then we come back after the summer break, and we discover that SQA and perhaps other bodies have decided, actually, this is an important piece of work, you now need to do this. So before you realise what's happened is that SQA, who are the biggest offenders, but not just SQA, I've seen it with other organisations, whether it's Education Scotland, I've even seen our local authorities do it, where they will parachute things in that we are required to do. It has never been part of the working time agreement negotiation, yet we are expected to do it. I'm going to point out a couple of things, and most of you will be aware of this, and I certainly don't want to teach grannies to suck their eggs, to suck eggs, but here we'll think about it. The opening statement in the SNCT handbook says that Tracking Bureaucracy report in November 2013 asked the SNT and the LNCTs to consider the outcome of the group's work in the context of the existing role. So we were looking at workload, primarily what our working time agreement, that 35-hour contract per week, is about. What is excessive workload? According to the SNCT handbook on the idea of working time agreements, it is anything that makes it impossible for teaching staff to complete their duties within the 35-hour week. Anything that goes beyond that, we are breaching our contracts. If we are being asked to go beyond our 35-hour week, we are being asked to break our contract. Think about that. If we were breaching our contract deliberately, I have no doubt that senior managers and at the SLNCT or the local authorities would actually have a go at us for breaching our contracts. But it seems that this is routine, because we have consistently seen our members having to deal with excessive workload. But here's another interesting point. In the same document, each LNCT will have agreed monitoring mechanisms on working time agreements. What are those monitoring mechanisms? In most cases, it tends to be the LNCT will look at it, they will then actually turn around and say, this meets the standards that have been set by the SNCT handbook, and then it is then filed away as complete. What we are asking for here, ladies and gentlemen, colleagues, is that we are asking that this monitoring process is ongoing. That our employers in the local authority actually take the time to monitor what is happening on a week-to-week, month-by-month basis in our schools that they are responsible for. That means that they have to find out how many hours are each of those teachers working that week. Are they sticking to it? Because here is part of the issue that we have. I cannot be the only one, but I have spoken to head teachers, and I have went to them and said, you are asking our staff to breach their working time agreement. The response I received on more than one occasion was, I simply have to ask for volunteers, and they will do it. I ask you to support the motion. Thank you.
Do we have a seconder for the motion?
Elaine Henderson, Delegate number 4, formally seconding.
Seconding for Paul Cochran. Just a couple of points that he would have liked to have made. The working time agreement was originally set out in Annex D of the Macron agreement, and he points out it was intended to assist teachers to manage their workload effectively, but also it says in terms of assisting with local planning and with the control of teacher workload, national priorities will be set. These will be few in number and will normally be constant over a reasonable period of time. And therein lies the problem. When we try to look at the 35-hour working week and the working time agreement, we find many people, a recent trade union survey cited, on average 8 hours extra per week, an entire day's work unpaid. The problem is, when it comes to our HE teachers without auxiliary help, teachers who are short of members of their department, and line managers who are ill, we can cite our working time agreement and say, I can't do it. But the bottom line is that what gets cut is preparation. What suffers is what we deliver for the young people.
The working time agreement hours, the reporting, the meetings, those developments, they get protected. But the preparation time is what gets cut in order to deliver it. People either go beyond their hours or the young people suffer. I suggest we support this motion.
Thank you. Can I have Monique first? Further contributions. Thank you, Monique.
Monique Gould, delegate number 56, colleagues. The problem here as well is that concerning the working time agreement, is that teachers, especially those in middle management, can be their own worst enemies. They're the ones who always offer to do more and more. They're the ones who never say no. They're not all of them, I agree, but this is an example that I could quote from my own school, where I attend middle management meetings, where I know that some people have been telling me that this is not acceptable. Why is it we have to do this? Why is it we have to do this for the SIP, the DIP, or whatever acronym we have to work on for those 35 hours? But then when the head teacher of the SLT says, right, so how many more tracking and monitoring should we do? Oh, I can do 4. Oh, we should do 5. We should do 6. No, stop. Think about your staff. Because what matters most is marking, preparation, teaching. If we had the time to prepare and teach appropriately, teaching and learning would be easier, and maybe we would have less problems with discipline as well. So I urge you to vote in favour of this motion. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll have another contribution, Gordon.
Thank you, Gordon West, 12 Aberdeenshire. Firstly, can I point out that the wording of the motion is as in the Congress booklet. The version on the screen is the older version before it became finalised as the version in the booklet. And that's important because there's little subtle differences. And one of the things I wanted to point out as my main contribution is that the working time agreement was actually designed to limit the working time agreement part, the 5 hours, the collegiate part. It cannot control teachers' use of personal time. And that's one of the problems, because you do find that teachers, because they're conscientious and want to do the best job they know they're capable of, might find it takes 15, 20 hours a week to produce the lessons they want to deliver in that week. But they've only got 7.5 hours of time. And if they take 20 hours to do it when they've only got 7.5, and then turn around and say, I've done more than 35 hours already, I don't have time for my collegiate tasks, the problem is your collegiate tasks are part of your job. You have to do them. And you haven't got the entitlement to say, I will choose not to do the agreement part so I can get extra time to do my preparation, correction, lesson planning. And that's a problem. And it's a problem I had to deal with when I advised members who were struggling with excessive workload and saying, well, I'm keeping a note of my hours. I've done my 35. I'm not doing report cards. And trying to point out, actually, it's not that straightforward. You've got to do your 5 hours, and your responsibility is to try and manage within 7.5. And that's a total frustration. And if I can just finish with this last point, oh dear, it says time's up. So may I have 10 seconds to say a colleague who was threatened with work performance because he was trying to do a 35-hour week. And it was pointed out, your lessons aren't good enough, and he was being threatened with work performance. It was because he didn't have sufficient time. So that's the issue. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Gordon. Just to remind delegates, it's the motion that's printed on your booklet, not the one behind us, which seems to be quite different. So it's the one printed on motion E on page 8. Thank you for that. Any further contributions at all? I don't see anyone. In that case, I'll move on to the vote. Those in favour? Okay. Those against? Thank you. Any abstentions? Okay, and online, I can see in front of me in favour, it's 100%. In that case, it's NEMCOM due to the abstentions. Thank you very much. That's motion E. Now we've made a bit of a mismatch in the order. I'm afraid it's the emergency motion 2 we'll have to ask to go on because we moved over. Motion 1, sorry. My apologies, there you go. Motion 1, emergency motion 1. The proposer is Stuart Hunter. Stuart, would you like to go up?
Stuart Hunter, Delegate 2. Could I ask for the timer to be switched on, past President, please? Thank you. I recently attended an international conference whereby we looked at welcoming newly arrived refugees in the classroom. It was hosted by School Education Gateway Europe. It was a fascinating experience, sharing with international colleagues right across not only Europe but other parts of the world as well. Something interesting came out of this idea of the notion of refugees, and some might suggest that it could be pedantic or with word choices. But very recently it was also highlighted that refugees are actually displaced people, and sometimes we tend to have this idea of refugees and we have this image in our head. Basically what this is about all displaced people right across the world, whether it's to do with the Ukraine crisis, which is very much the focus for us right now, but we have other migrants who are coming from other parts of the world who are suffering just as badly. I think some of the key information that we got is that in the UNHCR, it suggested that there were 5.4 million refugees or displaced people from the Ukraine right across Europe. 5.4 million. I was discussing with a colleague last night, that's a statistic. I could say 10 million, but it still wouldn't make a lot of difference to her. What we're actually looking at here is individual lives that have been displaced, disrupted and traumatised. However, what's interesting about that, the challenges facing, particularly the child displacement, is that these people, our children, are left to integrate is often an issue that teachers are expected to solve. That's coming from empirical evidence that came from the School Education Gateway Europe, where it actually included the United Kingdom, because this research was carried out before Brexit. So it's important that we actually understand that a lot of the work and some of the research does involve the United Kingdom and Scotland. However, when we start to look at the consequences of it, one of the things that struck me more than anything else is that children themselves who are displaced go through trauma. They go through all of the horrors of having to move to another part of the world where often they don't speak the language and they struggle. It has actually been highlighted by the researchers from the Education Gateway in Europe that often these children are a special case. It's not just about the diversity that we find in a classroom that every one of us have to deal with. When we're in a classroom with our own children, we are actually focused on the diversity because we recognise that each child has to be handled differently. We call it GIRFEC. The problem and what the empirical evidence has demonstrated quite clearly from Prague, from Brussels to Italy, is that these children have no identity because they are classed together as a group of refugees and they are lumped and, as a result, treated all as one entity. They have no diversity. We need to help them to do that. The other part of the issue is that it's quite strong and really, really important, is that this has to go beyond the school boundaries, because this is a community. And what we have actually heard and what we see is that these individuals who come into schools, and again from the empirical evidence, we see children coming into school who are initially welcomed in, and then within a few days we find certain forms of abuse, xenophobia, racism. That's coming not from within the school, that comes from the community and is brought back into the school. And that's what our children, because at the end of the day, regardless of which part of the world they come from, when they are in our classrooms, they are our children and they are our responsibility. And we have to deal with that. When I sent out the report to my colleagues in executive, I made something which I felt was really, really important. The webinar was incredibly useful. But for me, it had one major fundamental flaw. This was highlighted at the outset when it said that teachers would be expected to resolve the issues. Within the EU, it became clear, although we don't have definitive sums of money, but we know that the EU are actually financing this, so that each of the European nations are giving support to schools and the communities to help these displaced children. This funding does not appear to be forthcoming in the United Kingdom. Why? Because we are no longer part of Europe. Therefore, what we are asking here is we need to consider who are the ones that are going to be looking after these children. In the first instance, it's our colleagues in ASN. They're the front line. We see budgets being squeezed. We see staff numbers in ASN going down, yet we see the numbers of those using the services going up. What we demand at this point is that the Scottish Government fund and push towards funding these support groups, but more importantly, to ring-fence that money so that COSLA are required to put that into the schools to support every single displaced child that we have to deal with in our schools. I thank you for listening and I ask you to support the motion. Thank you.
Can we have a seconder, Monique? Thank you.
Monique Gould, number 56, seconding the motion. I'm not aware of any special funding allocated to Ukrainian refugees, for example, or any other EAL pupils in my local authority. The service was shut years ago. In fact, we don't even have a dedicated EAL service. And the burden of supporting these children lies with the learning support teachers or departments, okay? And not the English department, the learning support departments. In my school, I am the ASN teacher with the EAL remit. So I identify all the pupils who don't speak English at home or whose English is a second language. I will point out here that I have no prior training, apart from being a qualified modern languages teacher, which is totally different, okay? Because teaching a foreign language to native English speakers, there is a huge difference between that and teaching English to a young person who has no English at all, or very little, and whose language you do not speak yourself or understand. These pupils do not even qualify for exceptional needs funding. And therefore, we do not have a staff to support them, as our department is already very stretched beyond limits. So 2 periods a week is all I can offer a small group of pupils who actually arrived in Scotland less than 5 years ago. If they have been 6 years in Scotland, we don't really deal with that. And they have no English. It takes an average 6 months of immersion before a beginner will start to speak English. There is a clear advice on how to immerse these, okay? They have to be put in top sets. Are they in top sets in maths and English? If there are any such thing in 3rd or 4th year? No, they're not. Because top sets are the limit. So it will be 30 pupils or 33 pupils, and they will not put them in there because the parents might complain that their kid, who should be there on merit, is not there because some refugee or person from abroad got the place. These people are often subjected to racial abuse and left alone, I would say ostracized sometimes, excluded by their peers because they are different. Now, this is a point here. One of my lovely Muslim girls, who has only been in Scotland for a couple of years, not even that, told me that she was horrified by the behavior of some of her peers in classes. And I said, yes, dear, that's what we call a cultural difference. I urge you to vote for this motion. We need money and help.
Thank you. I have a contribution. If you say your name and delegate number, please.
Ruth Nicol, Delegate 100. Anyone understand me at all? I was using BSL, a native language in Scotland. We have in my council a child who's just come from the Ukraine who is profoundly deaf and is a Ukrainian sign language user. They were in a deaf school in the Ukraine. We're supposed to support this child. We want to support this child. How do we support this child? We need to be given the support to do so properly, to allow them to be able to have their own identity, as it says up there. Identity as a person within their own right, identity within Scotland now, and identity as a deaf young person in this country now. We need that support to be able to do so across Scotland. Please support the motion.
We have more contributions. Thanks.
Anne Stewart-Kamisha, Delegate number 54. It's more of a question, please. We have to be very sensitive here with regard to our use of language. Many, many years ago, personally, I was very angry that there wasn't more support for the Palestinian people. And I was told, but they won't recognise that they are refugees. They think they're just displaced persons. Building on that now, I see the use of the word refugee. I see the use of the phrase displaced person. So I'm a bit concerned about that because funding is very precise. And I know, again, personal experience here, that the UNHCR did give funding to the Scottish Government for the refugees who came over from Syria. In fact, one of the refugees was bold enough to actually say to his MSP, I want to know how much money you got and how much you spent on me and my family and how much is left. I won't tell you what the MSP said as a reply. But I think here, I totally agree with the sentiment of this motion. There has to be provision. Funding has to be there, not just for education, but for social work and so many other services that are going to need to come together and work to support the women and children primarily who are coming over here. But we do have to see, where is the funding coming from? And is it Scottish Government or is it from the UNHCR? I'm afraid it's not coming from the European Union to the UK. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Stuart, you have a right to reply to what was said.
Is there any more?
Anybody else wants to make a contribution? No. Thank you.
I think what was said there with the last speaker is absolutely correct. We do have an issue with language, with refugee and displacement. We are aware of that, and it's part of the reason why I mentioned that we were actually looking at it, and it's something that has just very, very recently came in, as recently as 2 days ago, where they're actually looking at the use of that language. Hence the reason why we flip between refugee and displaced individuals. Okay, that is still to be resolved because of the legalities. So therefore, I accept every point that you made because I think you're absolutely correct to have pointed it out. Thank you.
Karen, sorry, you're not. I can't give you the opportunity to make a statement because Stuart had the right of reply first before you came round. So I'm afraid I have to go on to the vote. Apologies for that. In that case, we'll go on to the vote. Those in favour? Can I have those against, please? Okay, and any abstentions? And the online voting was 100% for, in favour, so it is unanimous. Thank you very much. Just before I pass over to Stuart, just to point out to you, I was reminded there are ribbons at the back helping the Ukrainian cause, and they're beautiful. I bought 3 myself. I would have bought 5 if I had a half-decent pay rise, by the way. But certainly it's a contribution. It's a minimum contribution of £1. And by the way, I did pay a wee bit more than £1, but I won't tell you how much. But it's really handmade, beautifully done. I've got to thank you and his family for doing that kind of thing. So if you, at the end of this session, if you can maybe have a wee look and buy a few for your family and friends. Thank you very much. So can I notice that the President came back, so I've been put in my place, as they say. Can I pass you over to Catherine? We're on item 11. Education.
Right. Thank you very much, both President and immediate past President, for doing a sterling job of chairing in my absence. Thank you so much. We are moving on to item 12, I believe. 11. So 11 is the education report. So I am going to call on the convener of the Education Committee to come up and present that report to yourselves.
Hi folks, James Cowns, number 60, Delegate 60. Just before I direct you to the report, folks, I would like to kind of pass on our best wishes to our pupils. They're now halfway through the exam diet. So, all the best to them. I hope it goes well after the time that they've had over the past couple of years. First time in 3 years sitting. So hopefully they'll do well and do good for themselves. You will find the report, folks, on pages 26 for the SQA report and the 27 for the Education Committee report. Now, the last time I spoke to you was October. If you told me in October that we'd be as busy as what we've been, hence I've listed a number of the comments and how, or number of discussions that's went on, rather than go massively in depth, folks. So I'll give the report over for the SQA report, first of all, for your approval. And the Education Committee report.
Does anyone have any questions for the convener? It doesn't look like it. So can I move to the approval, please? Thank you very much, delegates. Could you now move on to your Education Committee report, please?
Education Committee, folks, I will say that the challenges that we're going to be facing over the next couple of years have the potential to be massive. Right? You'll hear some of those arguments in the motions that are going to be put forward, but the report is there for you to read. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Does anyone have any questions for the convener? It doesn't appear so. So can we move for approval for the report? Thank you very much, delegates. Thank you. Thank you very much. So I'm going to return your attention to motion F. And our immediate past president, John Guidi, is going to take the lectern for this one.
John Guidi, number 6, candidate number 6, formerly number 1. Well, I haven't had a chance during the pandemic to make some statements, so I thought I'll put that one in. The report provided by the Scottish Minister to the Scottish Ministers by Professor Ken Muir, titled Putting Learners at the Centre Towards a Future Vision for the Scottish Education, recommends the replacement or reform, should I say, of the Scottish Qualifications Authority and the Education Scotland, and the removal of its inspection function. It is hoped that the findings of the report will lead to a new chapter in Scottish education after the turbulent effects of the COVID-19 pandemic. In retrospect, it shouldn't have taken a pandemic to highlight the obvious need for change and reform within Scottish education. However, where we fall short is on implementing constructive change. The observed lesson on Scottish education makes some uncomfortable viewing, but has not quite ticked the boxes of the intended success criteria. These include the implementation of CFE in both the broad general education and senior phase, which has not aligned with the national qualifications, leading to multi-course teaching as opposed to multi-level teaching. Another example of poor implementation is the futility of unit assessments, which failed as a diagnostic tool for teachers to truly reflect the progress of students, and it failed to reduce workload. Also, most recently, the alternative certification model, the ACM of last year, a bureaucratic and a time-consuming quality assurance exercise that surely must never be repeated and therefore should be put in the educational dustbin for good. There is in Scottish education a major rift between ideology and the execution of ideas and policies. Looking back at the ACM, this was the brainchild of the National Qualifications Group in 2021. But it is also important to point out that not all teacher professional associations were included in their membership. Our professional association's voice was missing within the NQ group. Not only was this disappointing, but it indicates a negative culture towards our members, who are, after all, educators in the secondary sector and are either directly or indirectly involved in implementing national qualifications. We ask that teacher professional associations are given the opportunity to engage fully in the consultations and planning of future reforms. We have the expertise at all levels, from classroom teacher to head teacher, representing a wealth of skills and experiences that can help progress Scottish education. If putting learners at the centre is a strapline for future change of Scottish education, then surely those closest to the learners, the teachers, to whom our professional association represent, must also be at the centre to bring effective and constructive change. Please support the motion.
Nearly tripped here. James Cowens, Delegate 60. One of the things that is probably constant that everybody has seen is the idea of consultation. We have used the word consultation so much that, you know, has it become toxic? Right? I prefer the motion as in consultation. Right? We have used that word quite often. Now, why I'm saying this, there has been a subtle change of late in a couple of reports, Muir being one of them, where it now talks about working within partnership. Right? So, irrespective of what words they use, folks, the teacher voice has to be heard. Right? The teacher's voice must be taken serious, must be listened to. We are the experts. Please support the motion.
Thank you.
Thank you both. I don't see anyone sitting at the front to wants to make any contributions. So I think what we'll do is we shall move to the vote at this point. So, can I see hands for those in favour? Thank you. Can I see hands for those against? Thank you. Can I see hands for abstentions? Thank you very much. Do we have information about the...
I'm afraid we have a technical issue with online.
All four. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you, delegates. That is, from what I can see, unanimous. Now, we're going to come to a more complex part of the agenda at this moment in time. I'm also going to remind people that our contributors are outside, Thompsons are outside, and very willing to talk to anybody that wants to ask any questions or receive any advice. So just to remind you, just outside the door, you can go and visit our contributors during the afternoon. And also remember that we have got the Benevolence Fund raffle, so don't forget that you can contribute to that as well. We're going to go on to motion G and H. Now I'm saying that because we are going to do proposers and seconders for G, followed immediately by proposers and seconders for H, and then following that we're going to vote on these separately. So that's how the next piece of business is going to go forward. So can I ask Peter? Thank you, Peter.
Hello once more, Peter Thorburn, Delegate 15. I remember excitedly in primary school getting to read a book with tiny, proper-sized fonts. Now I use big stuff. So, class sizes should reflect the workload involved in meeting learners' needs. Why? To achieve excellence and equity for all learners and reduce teaching workload. I firmly believe that all SST members, in fact all Scottish teachers, wholeheartedly support inclusion as a fundamental part of supporting the needs of our pupils. But every one of us recognises the workload involved in trying to prepare for this in our classrooms. The Scottish Government Review of Additional Support for Learning Implementation, updated June 2020, said the following: for inclusion, pupils must be present, yes, a given, but also participating, supported and achieving. The report notes, whilst the curriculum is designed to enable effective differentiation to support young people to learn, in practice, many teachers expressed a range of concerns about how this is operating and their skills and capacity to effectively provide curricular differentiation. The effect of this is also highlighted in the report from Enable Scotland, 22 Steps to Inclusion. The following are two of the statements from pupils. More than half of children and young people who have learning disabilities and/or autism spectrum disorders feel they're not getting the right support at school. and only 49% feel they're achieving their full potential at school. If teachers have appropriate time to prepare and appropriate capacity in a classroom to respond, then this will improve the support given and mean more pupils achieve their full potential. In 2017, the Scottish Government reported 27% of pupils were identified to have support needs. 3 years later, that had increased to almost 31%. For a Scottish teacher, that means a third of the hundreds of pupils they see every week have identified individual support needs. Teacher workload to support these has increased as teachers work to respond to the constantly increasing number of ABLE plans that need to be read, digested and accommodated for in our classrooms and examinations. Some needs are simple. For example, particular seating positions or using a certain colour of paper. Many other pupils have a much broader spectrum of support needs. However, those support needs, from simple to complex, require teachers to have capacity for adequate preparation, capacity for appropriate teaching methodologies, capacity to deal with behavioural complexities, capacity to be prepared to react and support appropriately the complexity of individual pupil needs. I'm sure I'm not alone in being frustrated by experts who come in to lead inclusion-based training, where their experience, practice and success comes from working in one-to-one or small group settings. I would love to work like this in my classroom with group sizes dependent on the need present. But I asked them the question, okay, thank you for teaching me about this individual need and how to respond. What do I do with the other 19 pupils in my class? And I know many teachers have lots more pupils in their class every period. But let's not get ahead of ourselves. Dealing with complexity of need is not a new consideration in Scottish education. The SNCT handbook makes allowances for class sizes in special schools and units. Why? Because it was recognised that this was reasonable and appropriate to meet individual pupil need. But in the move to mainstream inclusion for the majority and the closure of many special schools and units, this adjustment, reasonable and appropriate, hasn't been equally implemented in mainstream classrooms. We have maximum class sizes set out in legislation, or should I say, with our authority's policy of filling classes, it's actually a minimum number that a class should run at. But there's no recognition of the consequences of the needs of the individual pupils we have in front of us. With teachers now working to ensure that young people anywhere on the spectrum of additional support needs have a pupil-centred learning experience, there's a need to ensure that class sizes are reduced in a way which reflects class composition, to allow dynamic maximum class sizes based on capacity, the capacity needed for teachers to be able to appropriately respond to individual pupil support needs in the complex mix of pupils in our classrooms. Archaic maximum class size arrangements which do not change to meet modern curriculum aspirations in the classroom must be reviewed. Then Scottish teachers have a chance to support our pupils in being present, participating, supported and achieving, and teachers having a manageable workload to positively enable this. Congress, I ask you to support this motion.
Can I call for a seconder, please? And is that, I could see you coming up the steps there. It's the corner of my eye there. Thank you very much.
Kevin Campbell, delegate number 21, and I was one before you, John, although I'd like to make a special request to have my number permanently set as 666. But I mean...
It's on your forehead.
It's on my forehead, did somebody say that? To be honest, I think Peter said that very eloquently. I believe in economy effort, and I think he raised all the pertinent points there. Just one thing I would like to add, when we're talking about the complexity what teachers have been asked to deal with in terms of the many issues that kids face in their lives. I mean, in reality, we're being asked to perform a job that is impossible. It is simply impossible. And in many instances, they will try and cut class sizes when you have a particularly high percentage of kids with issues. But even then, I mean, in my school, we are dealing with classes, now it's called the Department of Extended Support. Every school has DAS provision in it. And of course, the funding to these departments in terms of staffing and stuff like that doesn't come close to meeting any sort of mark. These kids are very often and it shouldn't be happening, en masse in mainstream classes. So in our school, for instance, we are timetabled with DAS classes, and that is extraordinarily difficult because very often there is very little in terms of PSA support. There is very little in terms of a course to teach. The teacher is simply expected to go away and come up with an appropriate course, and very often it doesn't cut it when somebody says, "I'll just use the National 3 course." Well, what National 3 course? Because we don't do it. But so you're having to come up with stuff from scratch. It's an impossible task with the resources that we have in front of us. So I would urge you to support this motion. Thanks.
I don't see anybody wanting to come up and speak. Sorry? Next motion then. Okay, so our proposer is online. So we're going to wait for Casey, and she's ready and waiting for us. I can see Casey there in the corner of my eye. So, Casey, take it away.
Hi, so I am Casey Engel, Delegate 11 from Aberdeenshire. So I have been told that I am relatively young, and I suppose I am, as it amazes me sometimes to hear about what education was like before. So the Street School Museum in Glasgow is a museum that tells the story of Scottish education over the last 100 years, with classes set up for 60 plus kids at a time, disciplined by the belt or cane, and kids sat in rows copying out from the board or teacher talk. It was dictation and learning by rote, and you were belted into silence if you did not comply. There was no such thing as differentiation, and children who were different were simply beaten until they could hide it or leave. Thankfully, education has moved on, and we have moved on. So, when did class size become an issue? In 1971, a resolution to inform local, state and national administrators and policymakers came about for this policy. In 1983 and again in 1995, there were resolutions urging more attention to the issue of class size. And in 1999, the NCTE issued a position statement on class size and teacher workload. So we've been dealing with this for a long time. There's been no changes since that I could find. And despite the Scottish Government's aspiration of reducing class sizes, this is only aimed at youngsters in the first 3 years of primary to 18 pupils or less to a class, and nothing for secondary. What concerns me is that none of the articles I have read relate to Scottish secondary schools. And I wonder why it is that primary schools are taking such a precedent over us when in secondary, we're the ones that take students through their certificates and qualifications. And is it not imperative that we get class sizes right for the way that we need to teach them? So a report that came out in 2005 detailed countless research as to why class size is so important. In 2002, another report came out from the London University called, and please don't laugh, we're all teachers, Does Size Really Make a Difference? And the report fell in line with numerous American publications and research projects. But the message was clear, an association was found with class size and pupil attainment when it came to standardised exams. Test scores in literacy decreased as student sizes increased. And again, low achievers show the largest effects from being taught in small classes. My favourite part of this report, which is something we all know to be true, is that large class sizes not only have a negative effect on attainment, but also negatively impact on behaviour, motivation, and self-image for students. There was research done closer to home by Professor Pamela Munn, and that was done based on the views of teachers who again backed all this up. Now that report was done in 2005, and that was on the views of hundreds of teachers. We're now looking at thousands. An inquiry in England suggested that less time spent on managing the classroom and more on direct teaching, which allows teachers to engage in more inquiring questioning, ask more task-related questions, make more statements, and just be more involved with the children. That came about in 1998. I was still in primary school. I'm well aware that education is still changing, but why are we not demanding these changes already? Why have we not demanded them sooner? We're becoming better practitioners all the time. More active learning, more styles, more models of teaching, more differentiation strategies. The list goes on. But can we really deliver the standard that we want and need to when there are just so many students in the room and not enough time in the lesson to give them the help and support they need in which to fully engage? We have active learning, regardless of whether a class is practical or not. The learning should be pupil-led in groups if possible. And this is a massive change to education. There is no clear definition of what a practical subject even is. Class sizes with practical subjects in mind were possibly to ensure safety. Because, literacy classes were sat in rows, whereas woodwork uses tools and art, they use craft knives. So you've got like an element of risk. But then we also have admin classed as a practical subject and not computer science. There doesn't seem to be any parallels or reasoning behind it, and it needs to change. Space is an issue in modern schools with class sizes of 30 plus. Students are packed in so tightly that there is no room to move, which means that the learning taking place can be subpar, as the limited space means we are unable to deliver what we need to. But general maths isn't the only issue that comes up. Composite class sizes in primary are a maximum of 25. And in the past, whole class teaching meant just core or extension work. Now, as teachers, we need to give each and every student a meaningful experience in every lesson. But there is a much larger range of needs now, a much bigger need for differentiation. All teachers are expected to have the work differentiated for every single need in the room. Think about your classes. Think about the range of needs you have in front of you. Is this the same as it was in the 70s when the class sizes were set? Students are coming up from primary having not achieved early learning, but are still in secondary. In literacy, this means that those children are functionally illiterate, but working alongside essay writers. Surely this should count as a composite class. If not that, then think about senior phase. We teach differentiated work to mixed ability classes, all with different levels of advancement, which leads to a huge range of abilities. Some of us even teaching multi-course classes. Therefore, I go back to my statement that I made at the beginning. Is it not imperative that we get class size right for the way that we are instructed to teach and do the right thing for the pupils in front of us? So, thank you.
Thank you for that heartfelt speech, Casey. That was incredibly good. Well done to you. Well done to you. Do we have a seconder? Thank you, Delegate. Can you just remind us of your...
Yes, I am Luke Wright, and who was it said 666? Well, I'm number 13, so...
Thank you.
There we go. I'd like to formally second the motion, but also come up to speak to it too. Casey, incredibly eloquent and could said so much more than I ever could, but I'd just like to outline my experience as a teacher. I started teaching in England, where the practical class size limit is just not a thing. Also, you're qualified to teach in England, so you can teach any subject. I'm a science teacher, qualified as a science teacher, but have a lot of experience in music and drama as well, and so I ended up teaching music and drama. When I came and moved to Scotland, I felt like I was living in clover. Class sizes of 20 in science. Speaking to drama colleagues, what? You're not a practical subject. Didn't make sense to me at all, and that's really just the point I want to make, is that there are clearly some subjects which are practical subjects which don't count as practical subjects. This needs to be addressed, and I urge you to support this motion.
Now, we are coming to... Sorry, Luke, thank you very much for that. That was really excellent. Thank you. We're going to come into the speaking for or against these motions. You can speak to either of these at this time. So do we have anybody who wants to come up and speak for or against either of these motions? But tell me which one you want to speak to.
Just ask him to come on.
Yeah.
I'll start it because it is complicated. Gordon West, 12, Aberdeenshire. I want to speak in favour of them both. And the only comment I really want to make quite briefly, I just suddenly noticed this timer. This is my thought, just at the end of the last one. Great big thing, but I'm facing you, Liz. I didn't see it. Anyway, I just want to make the point about the educational, what's the phrase in the motion? The educational, whatever it was. It says it in the motion somewhere. The point is, I should have checked it. What does that word say? Somebody help me. The educational... Single word, I can't.
Landscape.
Landscape? Thank you. That's what I was going to speak about. The educational landscape. And what I was going to point out is it's beyond just the classroom, the differentiation, the way we teach. The social context is part of our educational landscape. We are now, I've been teaching a long time. I started, and I know you'll find this hard to believe, in 1983. Where's the youngster ward? 32 years, ha. Anyway, I started way back then. And I personally believe that we have the neediest generation now we've ever had. The incredible social needs are so bad now. I worry about where it's going to be in a few years' time, except I probably won't be around, but there you go. But it's absolutely quite scary, and that's a social context. We've got pupils in our classes. We have to cater for their social needs. They're coming in with anxiety issues, stress issues. They may not have been fed in the morning. Huge social problems. Social work are really struggling to cope. Pupils who 20 years ago have been in care by now routinely aren't even getting into panel systems now. It's absolutely incredible how the social context has shifted. And this all impacts on teachers in classrooms. So it's more than just the educational needs and the way things are going in the classroom and the teacher, the expectation on teachers. It's actually the needs of the kids are becoming extreme. I worry that our politicians don't really get how it is on the front line. I'm not so much... Thank you. I confess I'm very seldom on the front line nowadays as a deputy, but I also deal with the consequences, and I spend most of my working life involved with social work, police, other agencies, because the needs are so huge. And I can see it there, and when I try and support colleagues, the kids have needs. So that's the social context. 33 in a first-year class is no longer appropriate, whatever the mix of the pupils, to be honest, because the needs are so great. I support both motions, absolutely. Thank you.
Hi, Ward McCormick again, number 46. Just a small point. I'm supporting both motions, but a small point about class sizes. I think the most important thing about was when we do have class size limits is that people remember to stick to them. There's no point in having class sizes if we're going to say, well, I've got a class of 30, but I'll just take 31 in it. How many of us seen that? I've seen colleagues in our departments, and you look at a class list and they say, by the way, do you see somebody's got a third year maths class there that's got 32 in it? Come on. Class sizes are there for a reason, because if we start to say, well, I'll just take 31 this year, the head teacher will say, well, you could take 31 last year, so can you take 31 again this year? No, come on, that's not happening, because we've got class sizes there for a reason. The other thing, I actually received a message this morning from a member just querying what the maximum class size was for an S3, because there seems to be a wee misconception out there that now that we have BGE and S3, the maximum class in S3 is now 33. No, don't think so. So we all need to be responsible and remember that if there are class sizes, we all need to stick to them. Don't make exceptions. Please support both motions.
Monique, could you hold on just 3 seconds?
That's because I jumped the gun, sorry. Elaine Henderson, Delegate number 4. I support both these motions. I think when we speak to our young people in the classrooms, and I'm very privileged to be working as a supply teacher now, and it's great to be able to speak to so many pupils. When you speak to them and find out what it's like for them, it's really clear that in 33 pupil classes, that trying to get a teacher's attention in a 50-minute period is almost impossible. And it's so difficult for them, if they have additional needs, for them then to get that support they need. And then the poor teachers are run ragged trying to fit so much into 50 minutes. It's so difficult, and I urge you to support this motion. Thank you.
Thank you for waiting, Monique.
Did I get number 56? Well, thank you, because Ellen, I was just about to go and speak from the point of view of our pupils. I work in additional support needs, and we have groups of pupils going around the school refusing to go into these classes of 30 or 33. Causing mayhem in those classes when they're in them. And when I speak to them, these kids are telling me, I don't want to go there. It's too many people. I've got social anxiety or something. But the actual thing is that it's true. They don't know how to behave in an environment where they're surrounded by peers, and they either have to show off and play the village idiot, or they become aggressive, and because the teacher doesn't have a time to allocate to them. They don't always have a time when you have 33 kids to look after the ones who are really needing help. And one of the things that I'm not proud of, actually, is one pupil in particular, over the past two years, fourth-year girl, she left in fourth year, who would come to school, reluctantly, would run away every second day from school, would not attend classes, never missed my personal development class. And people are saying, why is she always in your class? Because she feels safe, because there's only 10 people in it, and they're not always in. So it's really important that we support these motions. I think that's
Up you come, Jim, thank you.
Sorry, folks, James Cowens, Delegate 60. Just in all the conversation about supporting this, there's also now a day gone by where the actual room size was designed for a certain number of pupils. Okay? And it was a genuinely seriously health issue. Have you walked into some of the modern schools when you've got 30 pupils or 33 pupils? There's no very much room for doing some active learning, right? And therefore, that is a genuine concern. I mean, if you even just take, like, say, with COVID and the carbon dioxide monitors of late. So please support the motions, folks.
Thank you very much for all contributors. Now, what we're going to do is move to the vote, and we're going to do this individually. So cast your mind back to motion G. Can I have motions for? Sorry, votes for. So that's in favour. Thank you. Can I have votes against? Thank you. Any abstentions? Thanks very much. Online voting?
Online is in favour, 100%.
Fantastic. That is carried unanimously. Thank you, delegates. Now, turning your attention to motion H. Can I have those in favour? Thank you. Can I see those against? Can I see any abstentions? Thank you. And online?
Online is, again, in favour of 100%.
Fantastic. That is carried unanimously. Thank you. Now, at this time, I would like to welcome our guest speaker, Professor Ken Muir, from the University of the West of Scotland and other regions, a fellow Ayrshirman, to the floor to give us his very much awaited presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, President, and thanks to SSTA for the opportunity to share with you some of the thinking that went into the production of this report, placing or putting learners at the centre. One of the things I tried to do in the fieldwork for this report was to get as wide a range of views as possible and to engage as deeply as I could, particularly with professional bodies and professional associations. And I just want to put on record my thanks to Seamus and the office bearers of SSTA, with whom I had a number of meetings and who I can assure you influenced significantly some of the thinking and some of the recommendations that went into my report. Rather than go through the actual report, if you haven't read it, I commend it to you as a riveting read. What I would like to do is to share with you and reflect on some of the comments that you made, either through the public consultation or through the meetings that I had with Seamus and your office bearer colleagues, and also how I've responded to those in the report. And it's been interesting listening to the motions that have been discussed this morning. I have to say at the outset that my report will not solve all of the issues and all of the problems that have been raised, but I very much see it as a catalyst, as a means by which we can have a much more open and a much more engaged debate about how we address some of these significant issues within Scottish education, the kind of issues that your President referred to this morning. Things like the multi-layer of policy that we have within the education system in Scotland, the very top-down nature of that education system, the need for us to focus and create the time and space to focus on learning and teaching, because at the end of the day, my view is that most of the aspirations that Scottish Government have and that we have for the education system and for learners will be achieved if the quality of the learning and teaching and the time and the resources that can be given to that is appropriate. It's not going to provide solutions to issues that sometimes cause contention. The role of an inspectorate, for example. And as many of you will be aware, when I took on this remit, there were 3 decisions given to me. One was that the inspectorate would continue to exist but be removed from Education Scotland. Education Scotland would be reformed as a result. And SQA would be replaced with something. So what I want to do, as I say, is to reflect some of the comments that you shared with me and explain where I've tried to address those within the report. It was interesting in the public consultation return from SSTA that you raised an issue that many folk raised about the vision for curriculum for excellence being very varied and subject to many different interpretations. We need to make sure, as one of your speakers said this morning, that we don't forget the lessons that we've learned from the introduction of CFE in any reform that we undertake. But it's not just about a vision for CFE. It became very apparent to me early on in the work that I undertook from August last year that we need to look much more widely, not just at curriculum for excellence, as the OECD report said, but to look at what kind of education system do we want for current and future learners. And it's not just for the learners who are going through the system at the moment or the next few years, but for the next generation of learners. So it became very apparent to me that one of the things that would appear as a recommendation, and in fact it appears as recommendations 1 and 2, is the need for a discussion, a public debate, a public conversation, which involves as wide a range of stakeholders as possible in order to determine the direction of travel for Scottish education. And I certainly commend to all SSTA members that you do all you can to engage in that discussion. At the moment, as I understand it, Scottish Government are preparing the ground to inform us of the means by which that national or public consultation or public engagement will take place. I think if you go back 20 years to the national debate that we had, which produced Curriculum for Excellence, for me it was probably followed by 4 or 5 of the most consistent years and the most progressive and creative years that we've seen in education. We perhaps didn't get it right when it came to sharing the philosophy of CFE. That is one of the lessons we need to learn as we move forward with any reform. But as I understand it, there is the intention to have a national discussion on the direction of travel for education, and I encourage all of you to be directly involved in that. There's a lot of discussion, as is highlighted in the second quote from the SSTA response to the public consultation, about looking beyond the confines of academic attainment. It's been a long-running issue within Scottish education that we have an examination-driven system. One of the worries that I had in my discussions, not just with secondary teachers, but with primary teachers as well, that the examination system not only was driving what was happening in broad general education in secondary schools, but was also having an influence in what was happening at the upper end of secondary. And we need to do all we can to change that, the drivers that influence Scottish education. And my report attempts to do that. Let's be honest, national qualification performance will continue to be important for individual youngsters. It's not to say that examinations aren't important, but the learning that takes place has to be learning that is built upon from early years right through primary and into secondary and beyond. And that was one of the reasons why in the report I was keen to involve the Scottish Curriculum and Qualifications Framework within the National Agency for Scottish Education that I proposed. One of the advantages of having that expertise in-house, I felt, was that their accreditation expertise would allow a much wider array of achievements to be recognised and to be valued and to be credited through the SCQF than was currently the case. And secondly, SCQF Partnership has done a huge amount of work on recognition of prior learning. And I think part of the mindset and cultural shift that the report is pointing us towards is the need to build from the very basis of the education system in early years and to see the value and the credit and the recognition being given to learning that takes place in the wider achievement front and not just necessarily academic performance. And giving prominence to those achievements, those wider achievements, and giving prominence to what happens and what we build on from early years is an important theme that I've tried to build into the report. The next point about learner focus is really important. It's what has been the basis of the title for my report, Putting Learners at the Centre. First and foremost, we need to make sure that above all, is the primacy of our focus. And the support that teachers then require, a bespoke, responsive, direct support, as and when needed, lies at the heart of the future of the education system in Scotland. We've heard a lot today about supporting and delivering for individual young people. But sometimes the infrastructure around about that doesn't necessarily support it. And one of the key messages that I've made in the report is that absolute primacy of focus on meeting the needs as best as possible in individual learners, and on top of that, supporting individual teachers through an infrastructure that allows that bespoke, responsive and direct support and what is required by way of resource at the local level. That is one of the reasons why what I'm proposing in terms of a national agency for Scottish education cannot be simply a rebranding of Education Scotland. It is much more than that. It's bringing together a whole lot of different parts of the educational firmament, whether it be the Scottish Credit and Qualifications Framework because of their accreditation and their RPL expertise, bringing the insight, the professional insight team into that national agency so that insight itself in secondary can be used much more extensively and much more creatively to support recognition of the wide range of achievements that young people gain, not just in a school context, but out with a school context as well. And having an agency that uses the expertise which we heard about this morning, the expertise that you and your colleagues have on the ground, much more in a bottom-up way than has perhaps been the case in the past. I talk about a bottom-up hierarchy, and I see that very much as having to be the way forward, using and building on the expertise at the grassroots level, not just in terms of informing what's happening around learning and teaching and what's working well and what's not working well, but actually through that national agency having an opportunity to directly inform policy. One of the issues that came across to me very strongly when I spoke particularly to head teachers was the level of policy that was impacting directly on a day-to-day basis on the work of head teachers and senior leaders in schools, and ultimately, therefore, on your heads and shoulders. On average, secondary head teachers told me on a day-to-day basis there were about 40 policy areas, extant policies, on which they had to act on a day-to-day basis. And the number for primary was round about 34. When you scratch below the surface, one of the reasons why we have so much fragmentation in the system is that some of those policies don't cohere. And they don't cohere at the national level when they're being produced. And I've made it very clear in the report that change has to happen at all levels. And at the Scottish Government level, it has to happen at a level where policy is first and foremost created. And those policies have to cohere much better. They have to articulate with each other. And there needs to be less of them, quite frankly, because, as one head teacher told me, I've moved from being a leader of learning, which is what I'm supposed to be being a leader of administration. And that's a waste of time and resource. And one of the reasons why bureaucracy has got to the level that it has, and there are many reasons, is simply because some of those policies are not clear when they come from Scottish Government to the local authority level. And with the best will in the world, local authorities are trying to interpret those and sometimes putting their own interpretation on some of those policy areas. And it's left to yourselves as head teachers, senior leaders and classroom teachers sometimes to deal with that very fragmented policy landscape. So when I talk about a bottom-up hierarchy, I see that national agency for Scottish education have a critically important role in looking at what is happening and using the expertise at a local level to inform the policy. The reality is that Scottish Government ministers will always have strategic responsibility for policy. But what my report is trying to suggest and recommend is that there's much more attention paid to what's happening on the ground, the views and the expertise that you have, and also the voice of learners. And part of that cultural and mindset shift that we're all going to face will be the fact that when the UNCRC is enacted, it will have a significant impact on the rights that young people have within our schools. And I could have gone on much longer in the report on that specific issue, but I think we need to recognise the fact, and I've tried to set it out in the principles to inform a future vision for education, that UNCRC, and particularly Article 29, is going to have an important role to play, and we need to adjust where we haven't done so to date to that happening. So the quantity of workload, the quantity of bureaucracy, the quantity of paperwork that come from national agencies need to be much more coherent, and they need to be in a forum that ensures that they are manageable. And again, using the national agency as a mechanism for bringing your views, your perspectives, and what's working well and what needs to change to the attention of those who then can make those changes is a really important theme within the report. It touches on the next comment that came back from your response to the public consultation about teachers needing to feel empowered. The expertise lies at the local level. We know that we have a very highly qualified profession in Scotland. One of the themes that came through very strongly, not just from yourselves, but from others with whom I spoke, was that that expertise needs to be used much more productively and in a way that helps to manage the education system much more so, and that includes the bureaucracy and workload than it currently does. And at the support from that national agency, and it's not just a rebranding of Education Scotland, as I said, the support from that national agency has to be within an infrastructure that provides much more responsive, direct and bespoke support to what you need in order to support learners' learning. And one of the things that I've suggested within the report is a different way of operating with the Regional Improvement Collaboratives, the local authorities, Education Scotland and other agencies and bodies that are out there in the system, with much more control and a sponsorship model which is similar to that of Public Health Scotland, where there is much more control and much more control of finance and resource at the local level in order that the needs that you need to support the needs of individual youngsters are much better met than perhaps is the case at the moment. And then a theme that we've heard in some of the motions today about the role of assessment. Qualifications and assessment in the feedback I received are very much seen as being drivers in the education system. And that's a model that must change for the future. There needs to be, as I say, a much greater focus on learning and teaching, just as you said in your report to me. It is one of the reasons why I rejected the notion of setting up a curriculum and assessment agency. Many folks saw that as being a combination of Education Scotland and SQA. And one of the things that I'm trying to do in the report is to set out some of the infrastructure that is very clearly associated with what individual agencies do. Qualification Scotland, as I have called it, the replacement for SQA, focuses on examinations and qualifications and awarding. It is not responsible for determining the secondary curriculum, as many of you have told me you think it is, through their oversight of the conditions and arrangements. Part of the job of the National Agency for Scottish Education, as I see it, is to take from practice and from the expertise at the ground level where the curriculum needs to change and feed that into what changes are needed, what is valued, and as a result, what Qualifications Scotland will then examine and assess and award certification for. So it's a move to a very different kind of system, a much more bottom-up system, where assessment, of course, is going to be important. But the assessment has to be seen as being part of learning and teaching, which, as I say, is why I've rejected the notion of a curriculum and assessment agency. Learning and teaching is missing from a curriculum and assessment agency, and we all know that it is learning and teaching that will make the most significant difference and does on a day-to-day basis to the lives of the children and young people that we support. And in relation to teacher judgment, I think we've seen in recent years that teachers are more than able to apply their judgment to inform certification at the end of the day. And all I'll say on that is that Professor Louise Hayward, of course, has been asked by Scottish Government, has been commissioned from now until the end of the year to undertake a review of assessment and qualifications. And she is in the process of setting up the mechanisms by which a widespread engagement with that remit can be undertaken. And I'm sure that you'll lose no opportunity as a professional association of being involved in that. Inspection was a tricky one because inspection is something that, as I say, the Cabinet Secretary decided to remove, I think for all the right reasons, from Education Scotland. But as a former HMI and Chief Inspector, I have to say that I do see value in having an inspectorate. But it has to be an inspectorate that approaches its work in a different way to what perhaps many of you have been used to, and with different models that recognise the individual context that schools find themselves in if they're subject to inspection, and an inspectorate that has models that are predicated on supporting improvement and not necessarily simply offering scores indoors. And for those of you who are aware of my appearance and that of Graham Donaldson before the Education and Skills Committee a month or so ago, we made it very clear to that committee that we saw the removal of grades as being a critical element in support of that improvement agenda. At the same time, I see an independent inspectorate as being an organisation that will be able to talk truth to power and be able to say very directly through the evidence that it gathers, not just from schools, but from the wider education system, be able to talk to ministers and to the Scottish Parliament directly about what needs to change in the system, informed in tandem by what is coming from the grassroots, from folk like yourselves. And of course, time and facilities need to be put in place to make all this happen. And again, I've made that very clear within the report. I think removing some of the workload and some of the bureaucracy will go a long way towards achieving that. But creating a very different kind of support mechanism where, as we've seen during the course of the pandemic, much greater focus on the work that individual organisations, in my own case, the Scottish Association of Geography Teachers and the Modern Studies Association, providing to all of you, and there are other subject and curriculum bodies doing likewise. But having a national agency that is in a position to be able to support these kind of organisations, provide the kind of resource that many of you I know will have used during the course of the pandemic. In summary, I see the system and what this report is trying to be a catalyst to achieve as being something like this: moving from a system that is largely driven by qualifications and assessment, where we all know that what is important in the educational firmament is the curriculum we offer and the learning and teaching and the relationship we have with children and young people. Moving from a system where that is driven by qualifications and assessment to a system where curriculum, learning and teaching and assessment as part of that learning and teaching drives the qualifications, the certification and what we value. And putting it another way, and being a geographer, I tend to think in terms of diagrams, moving from a system which I think many of you have said to me still exists, where the top tends to steer the system and the agency tends to have far less say, where there's much more challenge than perhaps is required and where the level of support needs to be better. Moving from what's on the left-hand side there to a system where there is much greater teacher agency and much more use of the expertise that is on the ground, that bottom-up hierarchy as opposed to a top-down hierarchy. There will always be challenge in the system. We need to simply recognise that that is the case. But having a support infrastructure and mechanisms through a national agency that provide that bespoke, direct and timely support to those of you who are doing the difficult job on the ground at the sharp end. And again, recognising that at the end of the day, Scottish Government ministers fund much of the, if not most of the education system. They will always want to have a say in it, particularly in terms of policy. One of the recommendations I made was that some of the curriculum and qualifications division within the Learning Directorate morphed into the national agency. That was accepted in principle, but not necessarily in practice by Scottish Government. But I'm content with that because I think, having spoken to Scottish Government officials, I think there is a real appetite to try and address the kind of issues that I'm raising within the report and the kind of issues that have been raised by many of you today in the motions. So again, I'm delighted to have been asked to spend a short period of time trying to explain some of the background and how your responses directly and through the SSTA public consultation response have been dealt with in the report. Recommendations 1 and 2 that look to produce a compelling and consensual vision for the direction of travel in Scottish education, I know is underway. That final comment there is a quote directly from your own correspondence, and I know that there is the intention to have a widespread national conversation, a national discussion around how we want the education system to address some of the tensions and issues that have existed for too long, but just as importantly, help to inform that are thinking about what we want the education system in Scotland to look like in future. So I hope that's been a helpful background to you, and I wish you well in your future engagements, which I hope will take place over a number of years. This will not be a quick fix, but I do urge you to be involved in it at every opportunity. Thank you very much.
Professor Muir, that was an amazing speech. Thank you so much. You've contributed so much to our afternoon, and I think it resonates strongly in this room. I really do. Has anyone got any questions for Professor Muir? The microphone is heading in your direction. James?
Hi, Professor Muir. First of all, congratulations on the report. It was not an easy task because of the time turnaround on it. So one of the things that comes to mind as far as I'm concerned now, through what you have written and what I've seen in other reports, is there a misunderstanding, right, within the profession about...
Sorry, can I ask you just to hold it a wee bit closer, because I'm only picking up some of what you're saying.
Sorry. What I was wondering, is there a misunderstanding within the profession of what curriculum actually is? Right? We, as teachers in secondary schools, become very, very focused in our subject area. And is there that kind of little bit of in-service training or whatever required from what you've found out to ensure that we understand what the overall goals of the curriculum actually is?
Yeah, I think you've raised a really interesting point about what constitutes the curriculum. And in the feedback that I took from many of those with whom I engaged, it was very much seen, more often than not, as the content of what is taught. And I do think we need to have a discussion as part of that vision as to a shared understanding of what the curriculum is, because you'll all be well aware Curriculum for Excellence talks about a wider curriculum out with the school, the learning that takes place out of school and such like. Professor Mark Priestley has a particular view about it being a social enterprise or a social activity, which again places a different kind of emphasis on it. For me, and particularly speaking as a secondary teacher and as a former advisor in social subjects, I do think that one of the things that is required, and again I saw this as being something that happened through the national agency, that the curricular expertise that's required in order to support you at a subject level has to reflect not necessarily the reintroduction of advisory support services, but the kind of networks that exist out there and the kind of expertise that in a collaborative way can be resourced and funded and supported, much more so than is the case at the moment. And it's one of the reasons why I don't say a lot about regional improvement collaboratives in the report. I talk about regional collaboration. But I see that the national agency as having a really important role working with local authorities and working with schools in order to create and release the expertise that can provide that kind of support, so that the curriculum that at a subject level, which is what I think many of us understand it to be, can be much more supported than has been the case. Because it's absolutely bonkers that folk are sitting down, as has been the case during the pandemic, sitting down, preparing online lessons, using the kind of resources that are being undertaken in a very similar way right across the whole of Scotland. I mean, I've been very fortunate as a geographer to see at first hand the work that the Scottish Association of Geography Teachers has done in its Chalk Talks, and speaking to a lot of geographers, I don't know if there are any of you here, the number that have used those resources at a national level during the pandemic has been quite astonishing. And I'm not saying it's cut workload enormously, but it's gone a long way towards helping teachers get through a very difficult period. And SAGT and the Modern Studies Association, not the only ones, there's lots of them out there. And at some time in the past, I suggested to Mike Russell when he was a Cabinet Secretary that it would do no harm to bung these organisations 10 grand a year for 3 years and get them to continue to do what they're doing. Don't do anything different. I mean, I still get loads of resources and up until recently CD-ROMs with materials that were I still a geography teacher I'd be using on a day-to-day basis. So I think part of that, just to answer your question, I think part of what is the curriculum, what do we understand it to be, is something that needs to come through that discussion. Because I think that's one of the areas that we didn't quite get right when we introduced CFE 20 years ago. We didn't share that philosophy of CFE well enough with practitioners, and we didn't share the philosophy of what the curriculum was about. Thanks.
Thank you, Professor Moore. Does anyone else have a question for Professor Moore? Thank you. The microphone is on its way.
Hello, Sandra Mills, Highland, Delegate 29. Thank you for what you said, Professor Muir. That was really good to listen to. I think I can speak for colleagues of mine and myself when, with the introduction of CFE, we did feel very let down by the idea that there would no longer be a national agency developing materials. In that void, there have been a lot of groups that have come together, particularly as an English teacher, we use somebody created a resource share online on Teams, which has hundreds of English teachers have joined it and are submitting materials to it. From what you've said, I gather the biggest change here is going to be that the curriculum will drive the assessments. What we don't want to be left with is a sense that the assessments are going to wait until the curriculum's developed. Is there not a bit of a chicken and egg thing there, where we don't want to be asked to develop materials without knowing the end result, but we don't want the end result to develop our material, drive our materials? Does that make sense?
Yeah, I think it's a good point. I do think that what we need to see going forward, as I said in my presentation, was that curriculum, learning and teaching and assessment are part of a distinct entity that makes up the education system. And the focus, yes, there will always be summative assessment of sorts, if only to report back to parents, but using what we gain from Assessment is for Learning, if you remember that initiative, often heralded as one of the most effective we've had in Scotland, that seemed to fall off a bit of a cliff. Building the Curriculum 4, which was the assessment document, I think the kind of principles within it were absolutely sound and continued to be sound. So I think part of it is going back and looking again at where do those bits of the jigsaw articulate with each other. And as I tried to show in the diagram, I do see curriculum, assessment, learning, teaching very much at the heart of what we do. And we need to get that right, and we need to get a shared understanding of how those bits morph together, and then that informing what we recognise and value, and we certificate and we examine, as opposed to where we are just now, which is a very different kind of scene. Two over there.
I'm number 98, Douglas Innes is my name. When I first started in teaching English, as the lady over there, we had an advisory service, which was actually really, really useful because the advisor was very good at coordinating the local schools in terms of curricular development and various other things. And that person was also a good spokesperson at a more national level. In other words, they were able to recognise the local problems and then pass them on to higher higher levels. And that actually ended up with quite a lot of consistency across subjects, especially for English anyway. So you made the point that you thought of the advisory service, you wouldn't like to return to that. I just was wondering why you thought that was, because your emphasis was on local curricular development, for example.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't want you to get the notion that I was sort of criticising the advisory service, as I say, having been one myself. But the concept of support at a subject-specific level, I think, is really what I'm talking about. And a lot of what I would see happening would be that the resources that exist, as I say, at a local level, not necessarily within regional improvement collaboratives, but within the local authorities, being available to allow individuals, experts in their field, to provide the kind of support and have the kind of engagement that I had as an advisor, not necessarily on a full-time basis. One of the things that I had anticipated arising from the regional improvement collaboratives would be that there would be a cadre of experts in the subject areas who would be able to provide that kind of support on a much more localised area. I mean, when I was advisor in Fife, I had 19 secondary schools and goodness knows how many primary, but something that was much more bespoke, much more localised, and actually a greater resource than necessarily one single individual advisor. And we've seen a lot of that happen in the course of the pandemic, where a lot of subject teachers in particular have had to resort to known networks that they've engaged with or they've been party to and so on. So I'm not dissing in any way the advisory service or the notion of advisory service, but I think the concept of subject support being much more readily available is really what I see coming through how we fund, how we resource, how we create the infrastructure within that national agency.
I think we'll do is take one more, because I'm aware that we are coming up to a break and Ken has been on that stage for quite some time, so I don't want to have him up there all afternoon. So if you could make your question known to us.
Okay, Gordon West. Can I just ask a question about the abolition of the SQA and replacement with Qualifications Scotland? My feeling is that some of the flaws and failings we've seen with the SQA over time, one of the ones that particularly aggravated me and some of my colleagues were the number of occasions when materials were, for example, made available after courses had been started, so teachers had already taught things that they then had to change. And it seemed to happen not just once or twice, there seemed to be regular flaws like that, where it made me wonder, is there actually a cultural problem in the organisation that it seemed to think these things were somehow acceptable? And then the question arises, if there's a replacement organisation, how do we ensure that that culture does not transfer across if, as will be the natural course of events, a lot of the staffing for the new organisation may well have worked for the old organisation?
Yeah, in the report I talk about a number of issues at SQA in particular. And you're quite right, you know, a lot of the criticism that's come to SQA has been through its performance in relation to national qualifications. I think I've got to point out that national qualifications that we know and love are 10% of SQA's portfolio. The remaining 90% is entirely or almost entirely non-school related. The issue that SQA has got is that its reputation, almost wholly, is predicated on what happens with national qualifications. There is such a large media profile given to the performance within national qualifications that, like it or not, that's what its reputation is largely based on. And I've got to say, in fairness, having consulted extensively in writing this report with a whole range of folk who are engaged in non-NQ qualifications, there's a lot of positivity out there about how SQA deals with some of those other areas, and indeed many of those other areas and the services it provides. So the issue then is one that I can't solve entirely in my report, but I go back to what I said about the bottom-up hierarchy, that the bottom-up hierarchy having a much greater influence on informing what needs to change, what we value, and going as far as what we then examine and accredit and certificate. And yes, there are issues in all organisations. I point to, as I say, a number that I think are relevant within SQA. I think the reality is that for who knows how long we will continue to have a national examination system. Certainly, the Cabinet Secretary herself has talked about Diets 2023 and Diet 2024. Who knows what Louise Hayward will recommend in the work that she's doing over this year around qualifications and assessment. But as I said at the Education and Skills Committee to a very similar kind of question, SQA recognises that it has issues in relation to national qualifications and how it operates and how it engages and how it communicates. And my response to a very similar question was it needs to use my report in as much as it can as a mirror to reflect on how it operates just now. And I've tried within the report to include as many of the kind of quotations that I felt reflected the key messages that were coming back to me from yourselves in the system about how that organisation operates. And I talk a lot in the report about mindset and cultural shift. And for me, mindset and cultural shift is about, it's about relationships, it's about engagement, it's about values, it's about behaviour. And all of those things, I think, national agencies, as part of a new educational firmament, are going to have to think very seriously about those specific aspects and how they provide, critically, how they provide the support to you as teachers, first and foremost, in order that you can support individual learners. Because that's the way in which we'll bring about improvement in the system. That's the way in which we'll realise the ambitions like closing the poverty-related attainment gap and getting it right for every child. It's what happens in the classroom that makes the biggest difference. We all know that. And we need to have a system and an infrastructure that reflects that much more so than we do just now.
Thank you very much, Professor Muir. That was informative, challenging, but also gave us massive amounts of hope. So thank you so much for contributing and also for letting us into the background of your report, which I actually did find fascinating and read from cover to cover.
Well, as I say, I commend it to you all. Thank you. Thanks very much.
Professor Muir, can you come back, please?
I'm not letting you away with that easy. No, no way. This is a token of our appreciation for everything that you've done, past and present, for that report and all the work you've done for education beforehand, and in my aspect, from being Ayrshire as well. In the same region, we've taught in the same schools, believe it or not. Thank you from all of us.
That's very kind of you. Thank you very much, Catherine. Thank you very much. Can I just say, as a former baker, I commend motion C about home economics. Thank you.
Thank you again, colleagues. At this point, we are actually going to close this session. Two announcements that we would make just as a reminder. One is that refreshments are available immediately at the entrance. I think it's called the Hub, just outside. Those who were hoping to check in, that keys would be made available for the rooms from 3 p.m. So you may wish to take an opportunity at this point to actually collect your keys for your room. And could we please be back in the hall for 4 p.m. Thank you very much.
Thank you, delegates. Nice to see you all back in your seats on time. Well done. Right, so at this point, we're actually going to go back in the agenda items, and this would be, I believe, number 8. I am going to invite our esteemed General Secretary to the floor to give his report.
Thank you, President. Dear colleagues, it is a great pleasure to stand before you and see so many familiar faces and so many new faces in the room as we try to return to a normal SSTA Congress. Unfortunately, I am unable to see the 20+ other delegates who are joining us virtually today. I would also like to welcome the large number of members, guests and observers who are joining us online today as well as in the room. I believe the way we organise Congress has changed and will not be the same again. I would like to thank the Crieff Hydro for accommodating us again, and a big thank you to Tapestry for providing all the technology to enable such an event to be carried on here in Crieff and so many other places all at the same time. I must also thank the SSTA head office staff, Andrew, Laura and Claire, who most of you know by emails, but probably now hopefully get a chance to meet face to face, who have been busy for months making all the arrangements for Congress and ensuring that we have a brilliant event. This Congress just highlights the commitment and enthusiasm of SSTA members across the country. I can't stop there, as I must mention members of the Secretariat, our Assistant General Secretaries Fiona, Ian and Ewan, and Catherine, our Professional Officer, who have done an amazing job throughout the pandemic supporting members without fail. The pandemic created a scenario that none of us could have expected. Secondary teachers went beyond all expectations to deliver national qualifications despite all the hurdles. To ensure our young people did not lose out, secondary teachers kept education on track and did their best to keep teaching and learning taking place and give some stability to all our young people. Last October, I said that the thousands of Scottish secondary teachers were a credit to the teaching profession. I applauded the professionalism and determination of teachers to succeed in such difficult and dangerous circumstances in the service of our young people. You played your part in delivering education when the schools were closed, keeping the schools open and allowing society and the economy to return to some form of normality. Today we are on the verge of a new era in Scottish education. The things that we have accepted as normal, if there ever could be anything normal in education, is about to change. But we must learn from the past and not make the same mistakes again. As you all know, the government is embarking on a new direction for education. The various OECD reports, the international panel of experts, the recent Professor Ken Muir Education Reform reports, and the forthcoming reform of qualifications and assessment being conducted by Professor Louise Hayward that is due by the end of the year. Unfortunately, the track record of the government on some of these reviews is to ignore the teacher trade union's voice. It often appears that the Scottish Government, that the teacher's voice is a selected few individuals that have no mandate but are speaking on behalf of teachers. This is merely a tick box exercise like most consultations. These people do not represent the profession, are not accountable to the profession, and most importantly, they do not represent the SSTA. Parents, community groups, businesses, the GTCS, the SQA, education officers, politicians and others could be called stakeholders in education. But one thing I do know is that teacher trade unions are not stakeholders, and I've said this before. Teacher unions are partners in education. Teacher unions represent its members, are the voice of its members, and most importantly, is accountable to its members. Government and others must not bypass teacher unions this time, or the same mistakes will be made. It was well documented during the pandemic the admiration teachers received, particularly from the parents who struggled with homeschooling when the schools were closed. I said I was hopeful This admiration would be more than just words, but a real reward for the efforts of teachers, not only during the pandemic, but for every day in every school in Scotland. In 2019, I talked about teachers' pay, teachers' career progression and teacher workload. And they are, I'm sad to say, still the same issues today for all teachers in Scotland. I'm beginning to sound like a broken record, but hopefully the drip, drip, drip will eventually break the rock. It cannot be underestimated the importance of teachers' pay in the battle to retain and recruit teachers in Scotland. The performance of COSLA, who represent the employers, in delaying for more than a year to reach an agreement with the teacher unions for pay that was due on the 1st of April 21 is inexcusable. What was finally offered in March 2022 could have been offered a year before, when inflation was below 2%. In our previous pay deal, the 2018 deal, there was a focus on increasing the pay of newly qualified teachers, and the pay scale was reduced to 5 points and an enhanced starting salary for new entrants. This was always seen as a recruitment measure, and there was an understanding that the issue of retention was to be addressed in 2021. Unfortunately, this did not happen. The SSTA has repeatedly argued that retention must be the priority and keeping the teachers we have. It makes no sense not to value the experienced teachers, and any attempt to focus on recruitment alone would miss the point. The SSTA is serious about a restorative pay deal that acknowledges and rewards those teachers who have served their time and given so much. Teachers at the top of the pay scale and those in management positions need to see a major change in salary levels. The SNCT pay claim for April 22 is 10%. It should be probably more considering the increases in the cost of living and the additional national insurance contributions. I have said before, why not pull out all the stops to encourage teachers to stay? This could be achieved by paying teachers properly, providing a real career structure, valuing teachers' professional judgment, reducing workload, and giving teachers real support with the appropriate educational professionals in meeting the challenges that pupils bring into schools. Unfortunately, all these things are lacking. The career structure is diminishing, with management positions with increasing workload demands dwindling away. In our recent management survey, many members reported having low amounts of management time, with 20% reporting that they received no management time at all. A common theme is the expectation that they need to do far more than what appeared within their job description. Many of our members said that most of their time had been taken up by doing cover or firefighting, rather than any of their management responsibilities. Is it any wonder many of our members are reluctant to undertake such roles? And probably in truth, these are the exact people who know their limitations, what is possible and what is not, and they should be encouraged to take up these positions. It does not take a genius to work out that if you reduce the number of people in management positions in schools, the bigger their jobs become. Together with the ever-increasing demands by government, Education Scotland, SQA and local authorities, the bigger the jobs become, the more unmanageable and the more stressed the post holders become. The Teacher Career Pathway Review offered so much to further the career aspirations for teachers, but has ended up sitting on the shelf gathering dust. The many months and countless hours of people's time taken to develop the report has stumbled on the doorstep of COSLA. Only one element has resulted in an SNCT agreement. In August 2021, lead teacher came into existence, but to date, not one single teacher has been appointed or is likely to be in the near future. The only other outcome has been the development of a self-funded secondment, which in reality sounds like a career break. Another opportunity for retaining teachers has been lost. The school-based lead teacher will remain a classroom teacher and should not be regarded as part of the school's management structure. Lead teachers would function alongside and complement the existing leadership roles, structures and posts, bringing clear additionality to the system through supporting professional learning of colleagues. These lead teachers would offer salaries starting at £47,000 up to £67,000. What a boost that would be for the profession and an acknowledgement of the importance of the classroom teacher. Teachers are crying out for a career pathway that recognises curricular specialism and policy specialism that runs in parallel with the existing leadership management routes. The review will only benefit the profession if it allows all teachers to be valued and respected for their knowledge, skills and experience. Teachers are demoralised by the never-ending increasing teaching workload. More new initiatives, more tracking and monitoring, more record keeping, more personalised learning plans, more accountability for every move and every decision a teacher makes, and of course a national qualification system that appears to go out of its way to dream up new ways to increase teacher bureaucracy. This unfortunately highlights how little teacher professional judgment is valued and the lack of trust shown by many in senior positions in the world of education. But none of this would be necessary if schools, local authorities and government would trust teachers' professional judgment in placing pupils in the correct course, allowed a common course for all National 4 and National 5 pupils so that all pupils in class could be taught together. This would cut teacher and pupil workload at a stroke. The government must mean what it says and put the pupils at the centre, allow teachers to teach, put appropriate assessment in place for all pupils at all levels across the secondary school. As more and more pupils are staying in education, it is time for the review of the curriculum and national qualifications. This is not an opportunity to start all over, but to talk to teachers, the unions who represent and speak for teachers. But identify what works, what is appropriate, and put a plan together for implementation. It is time for teachers to take back control of their workload, agree sensible and properly accounted for working time agreements that recognise the professional judgment of the teacher. The teacher must be allowed to make decisions on what is a priority, what is appropriate to prepare for lessons, the how and the structure of the lesson, the method of assessment, and be trusted to present pupils for national qualifications. The SNCT pay claim of 10% is for all grades. This 10% claim must be the next step in our restorative pay claim. The government needed support and value its teachers for making an effort to restore teacher pay levels. The British and Irish group of teacher unions, Big Two, have resolved to support all teachers across these islands to achieve a salary that reflects their professionalism and equally addresses the excessive workload that has become the norm in all of our jurisdictions. I call upon all the teacher unions across these islands to work together in every school to ensure that teachers are paid properly and that drastic reductions in teacher workload is achieved. The joint movement has already begun, and the first battle is our 10% for all teachers on all grades. We must all be ready to step up to the mark and stand fully behind the 10% claim and try and achieve it. I ask you to go back to your schools, push that momentum, and we'll all get there in the end. Thank you very much.
Thank you, General Secretary, for reminding us all what it's all about. This is why we're all members of trade unions. Thank you so much for that. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to be turning to emergency motion 2. So if you can look out that. Do you need to get the approval for the vote?
Do you have to approve?
So,
motion 2.
Can I see the proposer? James? Sorry, James, I mean, again, this screen was, you were sitting just right behind it, sorry.
For some reason, I seem to be preferring this side.
So.
Hi, James Counts again, Delegate 60. Some of the things I'm about to say have probably permeated now throughout the day, folks, so bear with me, okay? I'm going to do a couple of wee quotes from the Muir report as a kind of lead-in. In my engagements and discussions, the questions of the timescale over which any changes could be implemented now featured on a regular basis, right? Okay, I'm highlighting that because we are talking about a timeline here, right? it will be critical, so another one, it will be critically important that those staff that are affected by my recommendations are kept proactively informed of progress during the period of change and transition envisaged in this report. I have no doubt that the professionalism of, and then he goes on to talk about SQA. You know, irrespective of what you think about SQA, I really hope that as we move forward, they don't, now the government, whoever's going to be in control of the changes, do not treat us in the same way as SQA had been slightly treated. I do have some sympathy for them, folks. Professor Muir's report was issued in March, and no doubt all of you picked up relatively shortly after that there was a leak, right? Which basically declared, SQA, you've had it, right? i.e. replaced by 2024. Could you imagine in the morning that that hit the press, or wherever the leak came out, how these people must have felt? Yes, the new change was there, but wallop. So I really hope that as we go forward, we're not left in the same position over the changes that are going to progress. Right? So, SQA is to be replaced. What is the plan? Along with SQA to be replaced, the Scottish Education Minister, Shirley Ann Somerville, said new qualifications will be developed to ensure learners' achievements are fairly recognised. It is expected that externally marked exams will remain part of the new assessment approach. Okay? At this point, is alarm bell starting to ring a wee bit? Time frame, no, potentially quite tight. Following on from Muir's report, as you've already heard, Professor Hayward is already got her team together and is wanting to work in partnership with groups with a possible date of reporting back of December 2022. Are you watching the timescale? Right. So, Professor Hayward and her team will basically kickstart the review, the debate on what assessment landscape will become has basically started, right? And as Professor Muir was trying to encourage all of you, I can only do the same. If you get the opportunity to engage with the review from Professor Hayward, please do so. Right. I'm going to jump down a wee bit here. So, there's been a couple of kind of announcements by the Scottish Government of late, and it's following a pattern. That pattern, 22.5 hours to 21, lead teacher, just to name a few. Declaration coming first, before any thought process about the detail or the management of it, right? I'm really alarmed, folks. Why am I really alarmed, right? So, we're about to change timetable yet again. National 5 pupils, some will be starting, although it's not supposed to be, is it supposed to be, a 2-year course, right? That brings us up to 2024, right? Who is going to be responsible in 2024? Because it just says 2024, right? Logic would maybe dictate, okay, it's going to be August 2024, but wait a minute, that means for the national qualifications and the assessments for the coming year, do you see where I'm going? Right? We change timetable in May and June these days. Right? Will we have a clear picture of the assessment? Right? So, it really has raised a lot of questions. In fact, my head, when I heard all this, took a kind of splattered approach, right? And I just started to put stacks and stacks of questions down the page. I won't bore you with them, right? Because I think I came up with about 30, right? Again, it's already kind of heard, right? We have already heard mentioned, is it going to be just another change in name, right? Is SQA going to be reinvented, right? That 10% that Professor Muir talked about is the 10% that affects us greatly, right? It's the 10% that affects our pupils, right? We want the best for our pupils, right? I don't want teachers to be tearing their hair out in a catch-up situation as they see changes coming through in assessment, right? So I would urge you to support the motion, please, right? We need to know the plan, right? Or have some kind of overview of an expected plan, right? Because, as you well know, to get this in place, it's vital for us to do our jobs professionally and to allow our pupils to thrive. Please support the motion.
Thank you. And I see our seconder moving to the lectern. Thank you very much, Lynn.
Hi, Lynn Miles, delegate number 52. It's not often I say that James is right, but James is right on this occasion. The system, the SQA system, is broken. It's not able to be fixed, it's just broken. I have first-hand experience of the SQA. Like many people here, I've been an SQA marker. I've marked pretty much everything. I've marked standard grade, intermediate 1, intermediate 2, various incarnations of higher, nationals. I've marked it all. I would like to say that I did it for my professional development, but I'd be lying. I did it for the money. Okay? I did it for the money. I was a single parent, and that money from the SQA meant that my daughter and I got to go on another holiday every year. So, after having marked for the SQA for years, I got the opportunity to be a team leader when it all went digital. And I was a bit surprised when I got my first look at the inner workings of the SQA. I thought, oh, didn't know that happened. Oh, I'm a bit shocked at that. Foolishly, I felt that I could probably, instead of just throwing my rattle at the pram, I could maybe affect change from within. Which is why now, if you see the SQA, my initial response is, don't talk to me about the SQA. As a senior team leader, I spent a lot of time with the kind of inner circle, if you would like, and frankly was horrified, absolutely horrified and shocked what went on, to the extent that I wrote down all of my concerns and sent them to the SQA. Now, I'm an English teacher. I'm quite good at writing. Catalogued everything, and waited expectantly, and waited, and waited, and waited, and was ignored. So I decided at that point I would just stop working for the SQA, which was a, severe financial downturn for me. But I think what James is saying is that we need to know what's going to happen. We also need to know when it's going to happen. But I think it was Gordon West who said earlier, we also need to know who's going to be there, because if we have the same people who are there just now, we're just going to have more of the same. You can dress it up, you can call it anything you want, but it's still going to be an absolute mess. So I would happily second the motion and would urge you to all support the motion. Thank you.
Thank you for coming up. Interested to hear what you're going to say.
Hi, Kevin Medill, Angus, number 10. I was just scribbling down a few notes I want to share with you. So I think there's a real opportunity moving forward, but we must learn from the mistakes of the past. And that's what we do for a job. That's what we coach our kids through to doing. And so, for example, I've spoke up here before years past about the kind of death by assessment of the UASPs that we used to have at Nat 5 and higher and things like that. And the way that that was all launched and how it was, we were chasing our tail, and these UASPs, I think if I remember rightly, were released something like the January of the year that we'd already started teaching the courses and things like that. They weren't fit for purpose. We eventually got away from them. But that's characterised by this kind of, what's the word, tail wagging the dog sort of approach. So, just a couple of other thoughts. We can't afford to repeat that and lose more years before we right the ship. As an English teacher, my experience, my opinion, Nat 5 is broadly an improvement for my subject on standard grade in terms of the progression it offers, the clear dovetail it goes with higher. I know that's not the case everywhere. But it took time to get to that stage and to get, kind of sort the wheat from the chaff. So, again, this is a wee side point I want to make. See, with standard grade, the external exam, that's what we're talking about in the motion. See, with standard grade, there was an external exam for everyone, every candidate, regardless of their ability. And I think this is an opportunity here, if we're looking at the thing again, to get away from that stigma that's created by National 4, and it's purely internal assessment, and the way that makes some of our candidates feel like second-class citizens. But I'm only going to get my wish list if, as James is saying, we get a clear timeline, a realistic timeline, and we feed in and we think about things and we get it right as soon as we can. So please support the motion.
We have no one else coming to the front, so we're ready to move to the vote. So, having considered what has been said, can I see people in favour? Thank you. Can I see those against? Thank you all. Any abstentions? And the online?
Online is 100% in favour.
Fantastic. Carried unanimously, delegates. Thank you very much. At this point, we're going to move on to item 12, and that would be the Sagribus report. And that is going to be delivered by the convener, Gordon West.
Just a correction, I'm not the convener, I'm just a representative.
Thank you very much.
But maybe one day I'll be a convener. Oh, no. The report is on page 28. Can I particularly draw your attention to, I think it's very important, that if anyone ever says to you that we're not allowed to exclude care-experienced pupils, that is wrong. The body that issues advice on exclusion policy is Sagribus. So other bodies have made reports and recommendations, but Sagribus is the one that puts the advice, and it has not issued such advice. What it has said, I've listed in that report. Thank you.
Thank you, Gordon. Any questions? I think you're getting away scot-free. Can I move to approval, please? Thank you very much, delegates. Thank you, Gordon. Now, we're going to skip motion I at this time. This is going to be after the private session tomorrow. Our speaker, Kirsten, is going to be joining us online tomorrow. So we're going to be moving on to item 13, and there is no report for the GTCS report. So we are going to skip that item because there is nothing to consider. And I am going to call Ruth Nichol to present the Additional Support Needs Committee report.
worry, I'm not going to sign this one. Do you need my delegate name? Ruth Nichol, Delegate 100. I draw your attention to the Additional Support Needs Committee report on page 29 of your booklet. And while you peruse that, I would like to take this opportunity to thank Rory Nicholson for his contribution to the committee as previous convener.
Has anybody got any questions? And thank you for that. That was very, very good of you. And we all send our best to Rory. Any questions for Ruth? I don't see any Ruth. I think you two are also going to get away scot-free. So can I ask for approval? Thank you very much, delegates. Now, this is actually where I'm going to say we're going to move to motion J, but we do actually have to watch our time today. Now, I know that your agenda says that it's 5 o'clock at the end of this session. However, the hotel is significantly short-staffed, and you can imagine why. So to support our colleagues in the hotel and the amount of work that they've got to do, so in solidarity with the workers force, what we're going to do is close this session a little bit earlier than normal. So I'm going to move to say we can do motion J, and then we're going to hold at that point, all right? So people wanting to speak to motion J, and I think that is Ruth. If you could not go too far, thank you.
I thought I was getting away with that till tomorrow. Okay, GIRFIC, an acronym that we have all been familiar with for many years now. GIRFIC implementation was supported by the Children and Young People Scotland Act 2014 and is underpinned by the UN Convention of the Rights of the Child. As part of the Act, the role of the named person was introduced. This was to allow children and families to know who they can contact when they need access to relevant support for their own or their child's well-being. Let's have a look at this role in a little more detail. Strap yourselves in. Once identified as a named person, the teacher must make contact with the child or young person and their family to offer support and assistance. The named person has the responsibility to collaborate and discuss with the child and their family and other agencies if needed to explore what support could be provided to address the child's identified wellbeing needs and to make the child and young person and their families aware of their rights around information sharing. The named person will be an individual with recognised academic and professional qualifications and the skills, knowledge and understanding required to fulfil the named person role as part of their daily functions, which will be developed and maintained through professional learning. To ensure a universal standard, the named person should have a clear understanding of the values and principles underpinning the GIRFIC approach, wellbeing and the use of the national practice model, factors which may affect the mental health and well-being of children and young people, including an understanding of the impact of adverse and traumatic experiences and how to take a trauma-informed approach, how to recognise and evaluate a well-being need using a strength-based approach. I'm going to stop there. There are an additional 17 points that a named person should have an understanding of. An additional 17. Now, I don't know about you, but to me, this sounds more like the outline for a standalone post in its own right, not an additional role. I have thoroughly condensed this list to, 1, keep you interested, and 2, highlight the sheer scale of workload and responsibility. A simple scan of the latest draft document reveals a detailed and complex role. The role of named person has been problematic from the start. It was challenged from the very beginning over Big Brother concerns until in 2017 the Supreme Court ruled that, in relation particularly to information sharing, it could breach human rights laws and therefore could not go ahead within current legislation. In 2019, the Scottish Government decided that the best way to promote and embed GIRFIC further was on a policy basis in partnership with local delivery partners through practical help, guidance and support, meaning that the role of named person was policy, i.e. adopted practice, not legislation. So where are we now? After a consultation in November 2021, the guidance for this apparently vital role is still only in draft form. We are also in a situation where many practitioners are unaware that the named person role still exists. All knew of the repeal 5 years ago, but most are unaware of this stealthy resurrection. What we have is named person Mark 2. Strikingly similar to the first round, you could argue the same legislation as before in all but name. Sorry, not legislation, policy. Just guidance. We'll see. As with many areas of Scottish education, the intention is honourable. However, of course, the devil is in the detail. Firstly, we must understand that this is a role assigned to one person who already has a full-time post. We all know that the weight of a teacher's workload does not a 35-hour week make. How can this role fit within these already full hours? Bear in mind, the Scottish Government stated that this is a role which is part of our daily functions. While key individuals will be identified in the valued role of named persons, it's for the local authority to determine how named person services should be carried out and take responsibility. This feels very much like a government get-out clause. To consider possible solutions to the problem described above, we turn back to the motion proposal. If the named person is to coordinate a shared approach across services, where required, then there will have to be able to command the trust and confidence of a wide range of fellow professionals. This emphasises the requirement for a named person to be a highly trained and promoted teacher. Yes, the guidance document lists the appropriate ranking of PT, DHT or HT. However, there is a concern over the ambiguous language of usually fulfilled by. This opens up the possibility of other non-promoted teachers being handed the role of named person without the experience or training. Remember that long list of universal standards? In meeting a universal standard, there are significant difficulties for named persons. Consistent application of standards across Scotland requires much more serious consideration for what professional learning should be and how this would be supported. A rigorous, detailed training programme is certainly necessary. We're fully aware of the vital role of the guidance pastoral staff. You could argue that many of the points detailed under the named person guidance already falls under the role of guidance pastoral. However, the specific details, they all require additional time, training, knowledge and understanding. Surely the person who takes on this role deserves appropriate pay to reflect this. Where is the incentive to take on a role which with such high demands if the pay does not reflect this? The final part of the motion proposal calls for sufficient protected time to be allocated. Management time is already outlined in local agreements and allocated according to job size on a sliding scale. We also, however, know that management time is often lost. For the named person role to be truly effective, those with such an undertaking deserve to have sufficient protected time. Excuse me. To conclude, this happened last time, I do apologise, I'm prepared. To conclude, colleagues, we must call on the Scottish Government and all local authorities who are charged with implementing this role to give it the respect it deserves. For this to be realised, the demands above must be adhered to. I urge you to support the motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Ruth. That was excellent. And getting through that, fantastic. Well done. Monique, are you seconding?
Monique Triangold, I'm seconding, yes, motion, Delegate 56. That was brilliant, by the way. I'm going to go back to practice here. In our local authority, the plan is to use the term named education contact, not named person, on a non-statutory basis to effectively carry out the roles and responsibilities associated with a named person. Go figure. Teaching staff do not even seem to know the difference between a named person and a lead professional, because we have lead professionals as well. In my school, guidance colleagues did not even get appropriate training, just a policy to read, or a quick briefing by the head of house or the head psychs. Some guidance staff actually had no training at all. They had to learn on the hoof. Quote from a colleague. We had a final child planning framework guidance prepared and ready to be launched to schools in January 2020 in East Lothian through a Google Drive site. Can't find it. I've been looking on these Google Drive sites. I can't find it. Typically, in secondary schools, this should be the guidance teacher's job, to be the named person. Another time-consuming workload for guidance staff on top of everything else, because they're struggling at the moment. They're crawling under a huge amount of work. Speaking of workload, GERFIC is based on good communication and extensive knowledge of a young person, of a young person's needs, sorry. Yet, we operate systems like CMIS that do not communicate together. Social work has their own data system, Police Scotland has their own data system, and NHS have another one. And none of these communicate. Okay, so when you need to organize meetings online, they don't even use the same portals. Education will use Google whatever. The others will use Teams, Microsoft, and we also have all sorts of different platforms. Anyway, I don't want to get into that. So trying to organize a CPM, that's a child planning meeting for those who don't know, involving multi-agencies, it can get very complicated and extremely time-consuming getting all these professionals together. And then COVID happened. The number of pupils needing additional support rocketed, while the time allocated to guidance workload did not change. In fact, it increased. Solution? Try to offload some of the ASN caseload, some of this ASN caseload, usually fulfilled by promoted staff, onto non-promoted learning support staff. Oh, you can be the lead professional with Jamie because he's EL or he's blind or he's, no, we're not, we're not trained. We have no allocated time, but in many cases, it's not good for us, but it's not good for the young person either. Let us remember something important here, that the named person can play an important role in the life of a young person and its future as well. So one role that staff should be appropriately trained, given the appropriate time to do it, and appropriately remunerated to take this responsibility, because it's a huge responsibility. So, colleagues, I urge you to support this motion.
Thank you, Monique. Well timed. The next speaker is going to be joining us online. So,
can you hear me?
I can hear you, Neil.
Good afternoon, colleagues. I want to support this motion. Neil Sinclair, Delegate 47. If I, as a parent, attempt to access information on the named person on the Scottish Government website, I get some basic waffle about general principles, then I'm directed to the pre-2018 GERFIC papers. From there, I'm redirected to my local authority, where the details about GERFIC date from 2015. These predate the ruling of the Supreme Court against the Scottish Government on data sharing for named persons. It's out of date and it's legally compromised. The Scottish Government have failed to provide a clear framework for the named person, failed to provide clarity on information sharing, and pushed responsibility for the policy onto local government. The current transgender guidance for schools calls on teachers to respect the privacy of the pupil over the rights of parents. It's best not to share information with parents or carers without considering and respecting the young person's views. That places teachers in a very awkward territory between the wishes of parents and the wishes of children. That's a heavy responsibility for any teacher to accept, particularly in the light of the EHRC's clarification that transgender legal rights should not be conflated with transsexual legal rights, to the detriment of the legal right to privacy for girls in changing rooms and toilets. That's a minefield, one which a named person will be expected to negotiate and provide sound advice within. As we know to our cost, and as I've just demonstrated, local government don't have the time or resources to do what the Scottish Government should be doing and provide a sound professional or legal framework for the named person. Since no one seems to know what the job is, how can schools or authorities judge how much time to allocate or what level of seniority is required for the posts of named person? It'll just be left as another responsibility for schools to muddle through with, and it's too important for that. Please support the motion.
Thank you, delegates. No one else has come to the floor. So what we're going to do is move to the vote. Now, remember, we're looking at motion J here and the wording of motion J. So, those in favour? Thank you, delegates. Those against? Thank you. Any abstentions? And online?
Online is 100% in favour.
Fantastic. Again, delegates, unanimous. Now I'm going to call Assistant General Secretary Ian Glennie to the floor.
President, General Secretary, one or two housekeeping announcements before we close this session. Firstly, for those of you who have made a donation in terms of the Ukraine ribbons, I'd like to update you that so far, we've got half of them accounted for. We have raised £130.50 and €11. This will be sent to an appropriate Ukraine charity after Congress. There are a few ribbons remaining, and we once again urge you to donate if possible. In terms of this session, delegates, you will need to remove all papers, as this room will be used for dinner, and we need to do that as quickly as possible so that the hotel can strike the room and set for dinner. Breakfast will be served at 8 o'clock in the Meikle restaurant. Checkout. Delegates are requested to check out of the rooms by 9:30 a.m. and we are reminded that due to the number of delegates, reception will be very busy in the morning. Session 4, the session tomorrow morning, will commence at 9:30 a.m. in this room. Can you please attend as promptly as possible? And a reminder, that is the private, the closed session. Session 5 will commence, as long as the business is concluded, within Session 4 at 10:10, once again in the Melville Hall. And if you've checked out of your room, if you'd like to bring your luggage down, we can store it at the back of the room and label it. And once again, I remind you that all charges made against a room number should be cleared upon checkout and prior to departure. And lastly, for those of you who are liable to be at a loose end between 5:30 and 7 o'clock this evening, on behalf of L Life, I would like to invite you to an impromptu pool competition in the room designated The Bunker. This will be a convivial event involving pool, virtual golf, other entertainment, and possibly a small libation. On behalf of Stuart, who has issued this invitation, you are most welcome. The Bunker can be found on the ground floor if you're heading towards the terrace restaurant. And I've been asked specifically not to make any relation to the word Ukraine and the word bunker, as that would be wholly inappropriate, which I have not done so. President, the announcements.
Thank you very much, Mr. Glennie. That was superb. I hope you all got that message. So, I'm going to do the last bang of the gamble today. You are released. See you tomorrow.